Hello, friends. Welcome. It's good to see you all. This is our first subcommittee hearing where we've actually gotten to really benefit from the size of this space. And it's so lovely to see you all here. Welcome. Today is February 18th. It's a little after 1 p.m. This is the House Appropriations, Health and Social Services Subcommittee. I'm Delegate Emily Shetty, chair of the committee, joined by my wonderful colleagues and our amazing subcommittee counsel, Joe. We are going to take today's budget hearing. We have 3 budgets before us. We're going to take them in the following order. First, we'll hear from the Department of Housing and Community Development, followed by Maryland Department of Health Prevention and Health Promotion Administration, and finally, we'll do DHS Administration. We have just so people know, we have 25 witnesses signed up for DHCD. Welcome to all. We have 3 for FIPA and 1 for DHS admin. So we will start, as we always do, with our DLS analyst providing us with an update. Welcome, Ms. Haskell, and you can begin when you are ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, my name is Emily Haskell, and I'll be presenting the operating budget analysis for the Department of Housing and Community Development. We'll start on page 1. You can see DHCD's operating budget increases by nearly 30% to a total of $729 million. The increase comes across all fund sources. Federal funds are up 30% for rental subsidies. Special funds increase by about 40%, primarily due to energy programs. And general funds also increase 7%. That includes funding for new initiatives, $5 million for new permanent supportive housing initiative, and $3 million for funding for the Montgomery County facade program. And those increases are offset by the ending mandate of $5 million for the Climate Solutions Now Greenhouse Gas Reduction Initiative. I'm going to jump ahead to the top of page 6 to talk about the federal rescission of broadband digital equity funding. In May, the federal government announced the cancellation of digital equity funds funded under the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Maryland was expected to get $13.4 million for the State Digital Equity Capacity Grant Program. Although this funding is no longer available, DHCD is still working on spending down $82 million in Federal American Rescue Plan Act funds that were allocated in the operating budget for broadband access initiatives, including service and device subsidies. However, the expenditure deadline for those funds is December 2026, and there's no continued funding for digital equity programs included in the budget. As of this past December, DHCD had $5.1 million still left to spend of this funding, but they're expected to be on track to meet the expenditure deadlines. On page 7, Exhibit 2 shows an overview of the fiscal 2027 allowance. The largest component is rental services programs. Most of that is federal rental subsidies, which I'll talk about in a second. Second, notably, this chart reflects the department's reorganization, including the Division of Homeless Solutions being pulled out for the first time. It used to fall under neighborhood revitalization. That accounts for 7% of the allowance. Turning ahead again to page 10, I'll just briefly touch on the Budget Reconciliation and Financing Act, or BRFA. The BRFA includes a provision expanding the eligible uses of the Strategic Energy Investment Fund to cover initiatives related to state climate change mitigation and resiliency efforts. DHCD's fiscal 2027 allowance includes a fund swap from general funds to C funds for personnel costs and energy programs that are related to this provision. DLS recommends just a technical language, adding specificity to the contingency language to more closely align with the BRFA provision. Below that on page 10 and continuing on to page 11, this discusses the increase in federal rental assistance by more than a third. The largest component of that is for the Section 8 Housing Assistance Payments Program, which DHCD operates for the entire state. That rental subsidies under that program increased $94 million to a total of $384 million. The second largest component is the Housing Choice Voucher Program, which DHCD administers just for rural portions of the state, and the funding in DHCD's budget for that increases by 57% to $42 million. Exhibit 4 on page 11 shows the increases in housing assistance payments subsidies over time, and it also compares those increases to increases in rent. It shows the fair market rent set by HUD for the Baltimore and Washington, D.C. metro areas. The increased funding is primarily driven by increases in rent and utility costs, as tenants generally pay a fixed share of their income toward rent and utilities, and the subsidy covers the remainder, up to a payment standard set by HUD. On the bottom of page 11 and onto page 12, there's a discussion of the Montgomery County Facade Program. The fiscal 2027 allowance includes a new $3 million in general funds to support Montgomery County's Facade Refresh Grant Program. This is an existing county program to help businesses upgrade their storefronts. The county has allocated $3.5 million to its facade improvement program since fiscal 2022, including $1.5 million expected in fiscal 27. The funding so far for the county has served 30 businesses to date, with another 25 in progress. The new state funding would support a further 100 businesses, and DLS has asked the department to comment on the county's capacity to implement a larger program and any planned requirements regarding the timeline for the county to expend those funds. Although the program is available to businesses countywide, the county estimates that half of the funding is expected to serve businesses within a half mile of Purple Line stations. DHCD's capital budget also includes $5 million in general obligation bonds that go towards local facade improvement programs, and in fiscal 2027, that includes a proposed $600,000 award for Montgomery County's countywide facade improvement program, which is similar to the refresh program but covers larger improvement projects. That would bring the combined state funding to $3.6 million in fiscal 2027 for Montgomery County facade programs, which exceeds the county's $3.5 million allocated since the start of these programs in fiscal 2022. DLS recommends reducing the general funds to support Montgomery County facade programs by $2.5 million. This funding can be fully or partially replaced with general obligation bonds in the capital budget. This recommendation leaves in place $500,000 that would be able to be used for non-bond eligible costs. As DHCD indicates, some of the funding can support Montgomery County operating costs. I'll skip ahead again to the first issue in the analysis, starting on page 15. As I mentioned earlier, the Division of Homeless Solutions funding totals $48 million in the allowance. This includes general funds of $25.5 million, comprised of $14 million for grants to local continuums of care, $5 million for the Community School Families Rental Assistance Programs, and $5 million for a new permanent supportive housing initiative. Permanent supportive housing refers to permanent housing that pairs long-term rental subsidies with voluntary supportive services, and it's targeted at individuals who are experiencing chronic homelessness. DHCD's new initiative is intended to complement their recent efforts to support permanent supportive housing through preferences in awarding federal low-income housing tax credits. DHCD estimates the new program will serve about 200 households, representing approximately $25,000 per household. And DHCD plans to award the funds to local community-based providers who will administer both the rental subsidies and provide wraparound services. Turning ahead again to the second issue on page 20, this discusses energy programs. Exhibit 9 on page 20 shows major components of DHCD's energy programs. Overall funding increases by 46% from fiscal 2026 to fiscal 2027. The largest component of energy programs is the Empower program, which is funded through an assessment on utility ratepayers and helps low-income households undertake energy conservation projects. Funding for Empower has increased over the last several years to meet goals set in statute to reduce greenhouse gas emissions below certain levels. Grants and contracts for Empower in DHCD's operating budget increased by $27 million to a total of $81 million. There's also new funding in DHCD's energy programs totaling $22 million from CEF. That funds 3 programs. The first, the low and moderate income multifamily building electrification program would have $10 million to fund electrification efforts. This is kind of the successor to the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Initiative, which had mandated funding of $5 million annually for the past few years. Another $10 million in CEF funds would support the multifamily solar program for solar and battery installation projects. and $2 million would support charging infrastructure through the multifamily electric vehicle supply equipment program. Finally, page 22 shows the recommended actions. First, to reduce funds for the Montgomery County facade program, followed by the 2 technical language adjustments to align with the BRFA. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Haskell, for your detailed analysis. Do we have any questions from the subcommittee members? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. We'll now welcome to the table Secretary Day and team, whichever team members you wish. I know you have several here in the audience, I see, so welcome. And you can begin when you're ready.
Madam Chair, so good to be with you, members. Good to be with you today. Thank you so much. I first want to start off just by saying, for the record, my name is Jake Day. I'm the Secretary of Housing and Community Development for the state of Maryland. I want to thank Ms. Haskell and DLS for the analysis. And I also want to introduce, to my right is Julia Glanz, Deputy Secretary for the department. To my left is Danielle Meister, Assistant Secretary of Homeless Solutions, and Isabel Trujillo is the Deputy Director of Finance for the department. So they're here to help answer any questions, and also I just want to pre-warn that we have a statement that will be made about CSBG, the Community Services Block Grant, after I finish my testimony by Assistant Secretary Meister. Here excited to talk about our 2027 operating budget. And I'll note that we continue to navigate a challenging fiscal environment, and that's not news to anybody on this esteemed committee. But the two pressures they continue to shape that environment are the wind down of one-time federal COVID money, and we're experiencing that right now, and continued uncertainty at the federal level that has the potential to impact housing and has the potential to impact infrastructure, economic stability, and of course our department's budget. In response, the Moore-Miller administration has advanced common sense, fiscally disciplined budget that prioritizes long-term growth while responsibly managing limited resources. And in partnership with the General Assembly, the administration and the rest of the administration, DHCD, has remained focused on making Maryland a more affordable place to live, and to do so within clear fiscal guardrails. Fiscal discipline is not new to this department. Over the last 12 months, I want you to know our senior leadership has spent a significant amount of time on a major update to the way we make money to pay our bills, with increased revenue from fees and investments to be less reliant on state resources. This should keep our fiscal outlook strong. But simultaneously, this same team has been working to identify cost savings in a way that protects our core mission, maintains operational continuity, and avoids negative credit impacts. What I want you to take away from that is that, what I hope you'll take away is that as we look forward to fiscal year 28 and beyond, while much of our funding comes from special funds, we'll be increasing our belt tightening for the years to come, the out years, which will decrease our future requests for the operating support that we'll need from our special fund sources. We're working across our divisions right now to identify efficiencies, reduce avoidable costs, and find creative solutions that preserve our ability to deliver for Marylanders. Those actions position us in fiscal year 27 with a lean, efficient operating posture while continuing to deliver results. And I want to talk about those results for a second. DHCD's fiscal year 2027 operating budget request totals $729 million. General funds total $45.8 million of that, representing about 6% of the department's overall budget. And most of that funding flows directly back into communities through program awards, driving local economic activity and impact. Less than $2 million of those general funds go toward admin costs for the department. Less than $2 million in state funds in total. The majority of the budget supports operating program grants and loans that leverage private capital and recycle funds over time and maximize economic return. So even as we experience an ever-shifting federal landscape, we're focused on performance and accountability. In fiscal year '25, DHCD generated $8.5 billion in total economic impact statewide. Every state dollar invested leveraged nearly $16 in private or federal investment. And those investments supported more than 30,000 full-time job equivalents and generated significant state and local tax revenue. The fiscal year 2027 operating budget reflects disciplined fiscal management and targeted investment in community impact. On the DLS recommendations, particularly the DLS recommendation to reduce the $3 million of the Montgomery County Facade Refresh Grant Program, the department respectfully disagrees. We think this is, I do want to note that this represents more than the total increase in general funds to our department. Our general fund total increase is $2.9 million. This is $3 million. However, we think that it's important. This program is an important piece of the focused investment into the Purple Line corridor to support the state's transit investment and benefit the Washington, D.C. region. The facade program strengthens small businesses and commercial corridors by improving storefront conditions, attracting private investment, and reinforcing local economic vitality. The allocation for the facade program is necessary to meet local community goals and strengthen the corridor to benefit not only Montgomery County, but the capital region and the state as a whole. To briefly address the request for clarification on Just Communities prioritization, we can get into the weeds on this, but bottom line is each program within DHCD that is affected by the Just Community prioritization must take a distinct approach to how to prioritize funding, and that reflects the complexity of the structures and diversity of the programs that are included. From grant making to lending, the way we make investments are prioritized varies across programs. I can answer questions about each specific program if we want. My written testimony also provides details on how that prioritization works for each different program based on project readiness to proceed. With respect to staffing, the department continues to manage positions carefully. Vacancies are maintained only where aligned with specific operational needs and funding sources in line with both the General Assembly's desires and also the governor's directives. DHCD does not carry excess capacity and continues to align staffing with workload, statutory responsibilities, and fiscal constraints. As you know, we've added one PIN this year associated with our new permanent supportive housing program, but also are reducing four contractual positions for a net of reduction in 3 positions in total. The FY 2027 allowance maintains fiscal responsibility, balances appropriate fund types, and deploys resources where they generate measurable impact. So I again want to thank DLS. I want to thank the Department of Budget and Management as well for their thorough review of our budget. Responses to outstanding questions and recommendations have been provided in my testimony. But with that, I'm happy to take any questions that the committee has.
Thank you so much. And then you mentioned that one of your colleagues has a statement.
Go ahead.
Please.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair Shetty, members of the committee. I'm Danielle Meister for the record. I'm the Assistant Secretary of our Division of Homeless Solutions. And one of the programs that we manage is a federal pass-through grant called the Community Services Block Grant under Health and Human Services. Per federal statute, every 2 years, we're required to present a briefing to the legislature on the status of CSBG and how it's performing, who we're serving. This program was initially created as part of the War on Poverty by President Lyndon Johnson through the Economic Opportunity Act of 1964. However, it has evolved over the years to become the block grant program that it is today, and alleviating poverty is at the heart of the mission. The state of Maryland receives $10.5 million annually, and by law, at least 90% of those funds must be awarded by formula to the 17 community action agencies that provide direct services across the state. We also call them CAAs. You might hear me use that term. 5% is used for administrative purposes to operate the program that supports DHCD staffing and costs there, and 5% is used for discretionary awards for activities that support overall goals for reducing poverty within the state. The 17 community action agencies, they cover the entire state of Maryland. They're federally recognized for their role in addressing poverty within their specific community. And the federal program is really designed to be a local response to poverty and to have the flexibility to meet each community's specific needs. The services provided by community action agencies, therefore, are very diverse. So across the state, they provide a range of housing services, food bank services. They run Head Start programs. They operate shelters. They operate permanent housing programs, among other things, including things like healthcare services and aging services. In federal fiscal year 2024, community action agencies served 286,000 Marylanders, of whom over 78,000 were children. 40% of those families were below the federal poverty level, while 34% of families were below the severe poverty level. And everyone that they serve is below 200% of the federal poverty level across their programs. The CSBG program also leverages other federal, state, local, and philanthropic dollars at a high rate. So for every $1 awarded through CSBG in 2024, community action agencies leveraged another $18, resulting in over $165 million in non-CSBG funds that are being leveraged. We're happy to include additional details. There's a packet, a briefing document in your packet, and can answer any questions here or in follow-up from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Secretary Day, Deputy Secretaries, for your feedback and comment. We really appreciate you joining us today. I want to start with questions from colleagues. See Delegate Ruff.
I figured we couldn't let you out of here with no questions. Great to see you, Mr. Secretary,
Great to see
and your
you too.
entire team. I wanted to know if you could give us an idea of how your previous budget helped produce more affordable housing and has and to what level it helped to get closer to the governor's goal for new housing, and then what outcomes you predict from this budget that your agency will be able to continue to make progress towards that goal.
Yeah. Delegate, thanks for the question. I'm going to touch on a couple of facets. I think it's important to start off by painting a picture that, something I'd say I've learned in this role, but sensed in my previous role in local government, that housing's truly a continuum. And so those who suffer from an unaffordable housing environment and market ultimately end up homeless. That's the consequence. And so there's multiple divisions, and we've restructured our organization over the last few years. But one of the divisions, the Division of Homeless Solutions, is squarely focused on ensuring that we work toward a goal of becoming a functional zero homelessness state. There are categories where we're making progress there. But ultimately, we're going to lose ground on that objective as we don't produce enough housing. In fact, where we've seen, one of the things you'll see in the analysis is a chart of homelessness in Maryland. And while we're still one of the states that experienced a almost 40% decline, a 40% decline last year, and still about a 35% decline since 2014 in homelessness, it's ticking up. And the reason and the places it's ticking up are the most expensive jurisdictions. Montgomery County has the highest increase in homelessness. And so there's a direct correlation between family homelessness and the affordability of a housing market. And so producing more housing is critical. We do that through policy, right? We do that through actions that the General Assembly takes. And, we've got a couple bills in front of the General Assembly this session on this topic. We also do it through subsidizing the housing that the market can't create otherwise, or subsidizing on the demand side with vouchers. And in fact, the biggest increase you'll see in our budget is in federal funds this year, and it's an increase in money allocated to housing choice vouchers and Section 8 property-based vouchers. And so those two increases, by the way, don't help more families. That's just because housing is becoming more expensive. So the cost per voucher, per unit, per family is going up because average rents, fair market rent is increasing. And so a dollar's not going as far as it used to. and it means the federal government gives us more money, but not more vouchers. So that's a mechanism in the operating budget. On the capital side, I'll just note quickly, like we also deployed significant amount of resources last year that created or funded what will be created more affordable housing units than we have in more than a decade. 3,997 new affordable housing units financed by our department in 1 year. That's chipping away at the bottom end of the market, like where the market's just not going to satisfy because they won't make a return or a profit. In addition to that, we've changed some policies recently to address the need there. One of them is through how we leverage and what we require to be awarded competitively awarded federal low-income housing tax credits. We do that through a document called the Qualified Allocation Plan, or the QAP. So we publish that with rules every year for developers to apply to us, nonprofit and for-profit developers. And this time about a year ago, we required that there be a homeless person's preference for 10% of the units. So about 200 of the 2,000 or so new units that will be created will require a preference coming through the local public housing authorities for people experiencing homelessness. Again, at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is help people that would otherwise be on the street be housed. And then we also have a set aside in that funding round for permanent supportive housing. The second largest category increase that you'll see here is in special funds, and it's for permanent supportive housing and energy. But on the permanent supportive housing, excuse me, I misspoke, that's general funds. But on the 5 million permanent supportive housing, that's addressing a change in federal policy that's getting ready to happen to us. It's been discussed in the news a bit. HUD, Continuum of Care Notice of Funding, is going to change the balance of where our monies are allowed to be used for addressing homelessness. And we know the best evidence-based practice is permanent supportive housing, which is why we're trying to put our money where our mouth is as a state. So those are a couple of the ways that we're trying to address that. I think the most meaningful thing we can do is change the regulatory environment, and that's not necessarily a budgetary issue. But I also think, how we fund and produce and the efficiency with which we produce affordable housing units is also key in the state. So both and.
Very good.
Thank you. Did you have a follow-up?
If you don't
Please,
mind,
go ahead.
I know the secretary had to give us a fulsome explanation, and I know we have a long hearing. So my last question would just be following up on your mention of permanent supportive housing. Are you all fashioning that program and scaling it with an eye at reducing foster care placements that are tied to poverty?
That's a great question. Danielle, you want to
Yeah,
take it?
it's not specifically targeted to foster care, but it is intended to address chronic homelessness. So typically, that's going to be more focused around elderly populations. By definition, you have to have a disability. So to the extent that youth coming out of foster care or getting ready to transition out of foster care meet those eligibility requirements, they'll be equally prioritized. But they would need to have a disability and the longest lengths of homelessness in their local system. So we don't, this particular program might not address that, but we do put aside a large portion of our Homeless Solutions Program dollars to youth programming. This year, we allocated the highest amount. It was over 2.1 million, I believe, 2.4 million. So that's been a really high percentage of funding for us under HSP.
Awesome. I really appreciate you guys. We appropriate in order to essentially guarantee outcomes, and I love the fact that we can get tangible, real world outcomes from the investments that we make in DHCD.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you.
Thank
Madam
you,
Chair.
Delegate. Thank you, team. Delegate Heimbaugh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to start out by thanking you and your organization for the help you provided. I think it was about $1 million to the Georges Creek area of Allegheny County, which is my district, and that money was used, I think, mostly to buy furnaces and hot water heaters for people that needed them, and it was very timely. And I just, on behalf of them, I want you to know that it was very much appreciated.
Thank you, Delegate. It's our pleasure.
On page 8 of the DLS analysis, page 6, it talks about that Maryland was originally awarded $13.4 million for the state digital equity capacity grant program, and that was eliminated. And you've made, you and your organization, I know firsthand in Allegheny Garrett County, have made tremendous progress in improving internet access and even sometimes affordability. But I'm a little concerned when I saw it was eliminated. What is that going to have a significant impact, or can you make that up from other sources, or?
You know, Delegate, I wish I had a better answer for you today. I am concerned about it. The loss of a total of about $42 million in digital equity support, and that particularly that $13.4 million, does gut our digital equity work right now. What I will say is the department still has access to our infrastructure funds. We're still deploying that. We're going to make sure that every Maryland house, business, location, farmhouse is connected to high-speed broadband and has the option to access. But tomorrow's problem will become ensuring that families can afford that access. And so that it is something that I think as a state we're going to have policy answers to. Unfortunately, it doesn't come free. It doesn't come cheap. And you know, I'd like to continue over the next few years to work with the General Assembly to be prepared for that moment when it comes. So it's an unanswered question. I don't have an answer today, but we're aware of it and committed to it. And yes, the impact is serious.
Yeah, I'm especially concerned because I represent a very rural area, so I hope you're able to find a solution. Do you know off the top of your head, or is there information somewhere about, I'm interested particularly in Allegheny and Garrett County, but all counties, what the internet access rate is now, or by household, or is there a measure of that?
Yes. While I don't have it handy, what I can tell you is at dhcd.maryland.gov, we have recently posted a new broadband connectivity map. It also shows, we have one that is, there's a detailed broadband mapper that shows dots, properties, but there's one that summarizes by county. What you'll find right now is it just turned yellow all across the state, with the exception of Baltimore City, which is green. The coding implies everyone is served, green, or everyone is funded to be served, yellow. And that just changed because while we had about 6 or 7 counties, mostly on the Eastern Shore, that were coded yellow previously, the final approval of Maryland's BEAD plan just went through NTIA. They just signed off on it, and that means that we have the funding to reach everyone in all of the other counties of the state. So Allegheny and Garrett are coded yellow now. That simply implies that the plan that the county and the ISPs have submitted to the state, that we've validated, now the federal government has validated as well, and we can start spending that money very soon.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you, team. Delegate McCaskill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's nice to see you all, Mr. Secretary, and your team. So as an early elementary educator, I always tell my early readers to look into your context clues, including pictures when you don't understand something, before you turn to me. And so now I'm turning to you because I looked through my context clues and I had some definitions I wasn't quite sure of. So I'm asking for your help.
We'll do our best.
Can you please help me understand what tangled titles are and what are our just communities and who they are?
Yeah, absolutely. So Delegate, tangled title is when a title being passed down from one family member to the next, or a property is passed down from one family member to the next, that there's not clarity in wills or other estate planning who might own the property, and whether or not the occupants of the property own it, or if they have shared right to own the property among siblings, cousins, whomever. And so it's a dynamic that exists and that is not easily cleaned up after the fact. It requires lawyers. Lawyers don't come cheap, and so it becomes very complex. So we believe that it's a part of addressing a variety of problems around the state, not only kind of ownership and housing tenure, but also addressing vacancy in Baltimore City and other communities, namely Baltimore City, but other communities as well. So it's a major issue, and it's one that we think needs attention. The just communities, as identified in the Just Communities Act, are places that have been disproportionately affected by either government complicity or government direct action that led to disproportionate outcomes for places that have become cemented over time. A couple of examples of the policies there are redlining, government complicit, urban highway construction through particular neighborhoods, and even reinvestment strategies of like the 1980s and 1990s, like urban renewal, where we ended up pouring money into places and actually displacing the people who lived there. So we know that money is not just simply the solution, but recognizing the effects of possible displacement is important. And so those places represent the census tracts that are most disproportionately affected by directly those policies and today still affected by the outcomes. And so we've measured that by a variety of inputs. We hired the Eastern Shore Regional GIS Cooperative, partnered with Urban American City and others, advisors, consultants who helped us create the geographic layer, and then ultimately use that map to drive future investments. So that now has a direct impact on how we score. The Just Communities Act allows the entirety of state government to use just communities to prioritize funding investments at the governor's discretion. Could be transportation funding, school funding. The way we're implementing it is it's been strictly DHCD programs for now. This is the first year we're doing it. And so we will have a report on the anniversary or in advance of the anniversary in June of the implementation of that program on its impact.
Oh, great. Looking forward to it. Thank you for that, for engaging me. And hopefully, we have a bill, I believe, with Legislative Black Caucus to help with untangling titles. So hopefully this will help with some of that as well. But thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Delegate McCaskill. I have some related questions to the Just Communities program, if I may, sir, and team. So I'm looking at the Department of Legislative Services analysis, and I heard your response related to the existing development of how you guys are scoring and how you're determining where to prioritize funding. But I see in the analysis that there are 3 pretty large general and special funds allocations for consultant positions or contract work. I understand the first one is general funds for Maryland Volunteer Legal Services to help with addressing some of the tangled title issues that you referenced. But I'm just wondering if you wouldn't mind please elaborating a little bit more on the special funds from DHCD revenues for a contract for consultants for the development of the framework to measure equity. And then the second is the contract, again, special funds from DHCD revenues. I'm assuming DHCD revenues means like revenues generated from
Our
properties.
business lines.
Okay,
yeah,
got
lending.
it. Okay, yeah, so a little bit more on those 2 contracts for consultants, please.
Yeah. So, Madam Chair, I mean, bottom line here is that these, the second 2, there's 2 special funds appropriations or authority that we're seeking. This is really about ensuring that we are refining our work and ensuring that our investments are going to have the greatest positive impact and protecting against negative impact. And the reality is the body of scholarly work that has gone into this type of critical analysis of displacement impacts, it's not necessarily an ongoing activity. It's not something that I think we can simply do by creating a PIN and hiring someone that will be here long term. It's a one-time activity, developing the displacement risk tool, implementing it, and our current staff can manage it. And so while I understand that it's important that we have a bias toward pinned positions in the state and away from contractual services where those contractual services might be an ongoing burden and increased cost to the state taxpayer. I think in this case, it's really just a one-time shot. So we need expert guidance on these services, and it's not something that we, I think, can do in-house. And so in both cases, this would be a one-time request. I also want to note that when we have special fund authority, I mean, we take a critical look every single item in our budget throughout the year. We don't necessarily spend those funds. It's really resource dependent on repayments. We make those conversations happen every day in our agency. We might have the special fund authority to spend, but we'll only do it if it's fiscally prudent and appropriate for us to do so. We watch our reserves. We are, in addition to the oversight provided by the General Assembly, we are independently rated by the bond rating agencies. We have bondholders that we are responsible to as well. So we want to make sure that we are cautious with every dollar that goes out of our agency. And in the case of these two grants, or these two contracts, again, I believe that this is the best way for us to deliver on this versus attempting to find the right talent and make that an ongoing responsibility within the agency. I think this will be the one year we have a request like this.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Two more quick questions, if I may. So, related to the DLS recommendation on the Montgomery County facade program, I must chime in as the sole Montgomery County person here, obviously, and just ask a question. So, DLS recommended not just the cut, but that it could be either fully or partially replaced with GO bonds. How do you think that could impact the program if we did that?
Yeah. So I'll start with the first. Again, I think what we want to do is when we make these transit investments, which I think are going to be great for our economy, they're great for the region, it's good for the people of Montgomery and Prince George's County. It's also so important that it not cause mass displacement. And while there's been a lot of work around the housing side of that, this is about, my understanding is this will really be about reinforcing the protection of the very small businesses and their affordability. Otherwise, rents are going to skyrocket in close proximity to the new transit stops. And, whether it's here in Purple Line, whether it's Red Line, one day in Baltimore, whether it's, other transit expansions and investments of the state, keeping those small businesses where they're at and helping them thrive is good for our communities. So I think there's an upside there. On GO bond versus general fund, there is a shorter window that we have when it's general funds. I think GO bond actually, creates some flexibility. I'm a firm believer that this could be treated as, this lives in a space where we do deploy these resources as capital under the Maryland Facade Improvement Program. And so it could certainly be treated as a capital program. Almost all of our funds these days come from GO bonds on the capital side. So I think it's a very reasonable recommendation. I think we'd be open to that as well. And I don't think it would negatively affect the design of the program.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you. And my last question is related to the community eligibility program that you all have launched just a few months ago, it seems like, related to ensuring that there is housing support provided through community schools. Wow, within just a few weeks, you had how much?
$31 million in requests,
$31 million.
I would like to know 8 weeks in 8 counties, right? So
Yeah.
Not even though.
not a statewide perspective on that.
Incredible. And so just want to confirm, I mean, obviously, like looking at, I can't remember what page in the analysis this is, but there's a chart that sort of shows the different jurisdictions and the percentage of funding provided through this as it relates to like percentage of need. And Thank you, page 24. I love having Joe sitting here.
Exhibit
Everybody
10,
should have a Joe
page
sitting
24.
next to them at all times. So on page 24 of the DLS analysis exhibit 10, the Community School Families Rental Assistance Program. So, even with a pretty large amount devoted to some of our most in-need communities, right? You still see that, like in Baltimore City, for example, only 23% of need was able to be met because there just was not sufficient funding to really cover the amount of need that's out there. So I'm just curious if you have any crystal ball that could look at FY27 and the requests you put in for here. Are we going to see a similar chart here next year? Obviously, housing needs are skyrocketing across our state, and you referenced Montgomery County, my own jurisdiction, just the amount of homelessness and the children that are impacted. So just, please share a little bit on what more we can do to support or what your vision is for this program this fiscal year.
In a moment, I'll defer to Assistant Secretary Meister, but let me just say, I want to tie together something that Delegate Heinbaugh said and something that Delegate Ruff said, is that, this is addressing demand side, right? This is addressing the need of a family to be sheltered through the lens of a kid who we identify as at risk or in a household at risk of homelessness, right? I think that's a great way to approach a policy problem like housing. It gives us, we've got a captive audience of great need. You got children that are potentially at risk. And so I think there is a real opportunity to think about this as a model for other interventions. And then two, being demand side, I want to talk about the actual scale of demand versus what we've funded, right, and versus what we can meet. We're nowhere close. We're nowhere close to actually addressing the problem. It's just like the broadband affordability question. We will do the best, most efficient job we can with the resources we're entrusted with, but the scale of need is only growing every single day. And so I think there's a whole of policy tools approach that's needed. We've got to build more. Yes, I think we've got to fund more to address the actual need of families for the housing that's available today. But we have to dramatically address the regulatory landscape if we ever want enough housing to house all the families in Maryland. You want to specifically address the future of this program?
Sure. I think the most important thing I want to underscore is that this round of funding, we used 10 million. So we used the 25 appropriation and the 26 appropriation combined to meet this need. And so looking at the budget that we have now forecasted for 27, it's coming in at 5 million. So I think the natural conclusion we are drawing at this stage is without an increase in the program, it actually means we'll need to reduce either how many jurisdictions can participate in the next round or how many households that we can serve. So there's just a practical element that we'll have half the funding available based on what information we have available right now. So that's the most challenging decision we'll need to make. I don't have a crystal ball. We are going to be taking a really deep look at the data that we have on households who are receiving assistance and who applied to help us make some of those decisions. So we'll be very data driven. And then just one thing I wanted to know, I think it's not obvious on the surface, beyond households who are in housing and are in need of rental assistance to avoid eviction, this program also serves homeless families with getting rehoused. So we can pay for a security deposit and first month's rent. We can help get that utility deposit to them to turn BGE or PEPCO on. And it also can serve unaccompanied youth who are not with a parent or guardian and are renting on their own and securing housing or paying overdue rent, which is really important for that aging out population, either on the foster care side, if they've already left the foster care system and they're still enrolled in community school somehow. There are programs that go up to 21, or unaccompanied youth who are homeless on their own. So it does have a wide variety of folks that can be served. And I think you'll see the demand for this program is really high in the jurisdictions where there's a large number of schools that are community schools, that rate is different in every county. Baltimore City, 100% of the schools are community schools. And then also you can see the demand is highest in the areas that have the most high-cost housing. So, obviously when rent's higher, people are going to have larger arrears, and so that's represented in this data too.
That's super helpful. I'm just going to end on this one question, or comment/question. Page 25 notes that you all are reassessing your requirements and exploring improved enrollment verification because of some application barriers that enrollees have been facing, specifically around proof of licensing agreements as well as minor residency. So I just want to take a moment to encourage you to do all that you can, please, to reduce access barriers to the program, especially if it's something that is squarely within our control and it's, one agency working in coordination with another so that we can get the best results we can for everybody. And it's not, I think frequently what I'm seeing on the constituent casework side is that we're so lucky to live in a state, and in my county, especially in a county that has so many different options to help support the needs of families, which are very, very high right now. The challenge is in navigating it. It is often extremely arduous, extremely challenging. People don't know what door to enter, and the more we can lower barriers to accessing programs, the better. So I want to thank you for doing your work to do that. Thank you. Seeing no further questions from our subcommittee, thank you for joining us. We do have 25 witnesses here. As is the custom for our subcommittee, we ask our DHCD team, please try and stick around so you can hear for the feedback from our advocates so that, their voices are heard as well. So thank you so much, Mr. Secretary and Deputy Secretaries. So we have 4 seats in this beautiful space. So I'm going to call people up 4 at a time in the order that they're listed on my sheet. So we have Tanya Chestnut with the Enclave Tenant Association, Ellen Janes, Central Baltimore Partnership, Kevin Lindemood with Healthcare for the Homeless, and Sarah Price with the Maryland Retailers Alliance. Do I see 4 people coming up? I see 2 people coming up. Do we have anyone else coming? Okay, 3 and 4. Great. Okay, so once you are seated, you can begin, and we can begin to take testimony. Each witness will have 2 minutes to provide testimony. As I mentioned, everybody needs a Joe, so I'm going to turn to my good friend here to please take time. And when you hear the buzzer, please wrap up so that we can hear from everybody. Thank you. Okay, we'll start on my right, your left. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and honorable subcommittee members. Sarah Price here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance in support of the mission of the Main Street Maryland program. Main Street Maryland preserves local historic and cultural resources throughout the state while supporting small businesses and promoting new investment and development. The program was restructured in 2025 to add a couple of additional tiers, which allowed the program to expand to new communities. And if my tally is correct, 22 out of 23 counties in Maryland now have at least one program in the community in the program, These communities all have access to apply for project funding from the Main Street Improvement Program, which is a line item in DHCD's budget. The grant provides much-needed financial support, which the Main Streets can use for a variety of purposes, including but not limited to staff salary support, strategic planning, public art installations, enhanced seasonal decorations, business recruitment and retention programs, and even leveraging the funding for other grants that require matching dollars. The line item has been level funded at $1 million for the upcoming fiscal year, which will allow DHCD to continue providing funding to the communities without a competitive application process. So it is imperative that these funds be protected, so we ask that you please maintain this in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, committee members. I'm Ashley Wallace, the Executive Director of the Central Baltimore Partnership. I fear that our account still had Ellen Janes's name on it, so please accept my apology on that. But the Center of Baltimore Partnership is here in support of continuing the Baltimore Regional Neighborhood Initiative's operating support to complement the immense capital investment that Maryland DHCD and the Governor's Office have imparted on our state. We, just as every other nonprofit in the state in every field and sector are, operating under very tight and constrained funding landscapes. And this operating support is crucial to the continuity of the momentum that all of our communities and the 11 neighborhoods we serve, over 25,000 residents, is for Central Baltimore. We have a very small staff, 7 people on a good day, but we administer and deploy and leverage upwards of $5 to $10 million a year in state, philanthropic, and city capital funds to support over 80 businesses a year. The operating support helps us connect and reach low-income and senior homeowners to improve the quality of life of their existing housing conditions and connect with family support services through our other community health and family stability initiatives, including the new Governor's Enough initiative, and help stabilize the neighborhoods that those families are living in that we're trying to alleviate childhood poverty and, and improve social mobility for. And the operating support, even though we've seen over a 70% cut since the inception of Bernie, we were one of the original Bernie awardees. We've maintained support for all these years, and the support we do get allows us to effectively and strategically and responsibly deploy these state capital funds and leverage them usually between $12 to $15 to every $1 that we invest in state capital. So I strongly urge you to continue to support the Bernie operating funds in the Maryland DHCD budget. It couldn't be a more effective and economical investment for you all. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hello, Chair Shetty, members of the committee. My name is Kevin Lindemood. I'm the president and CEO of Healthcare for the Homeless. We're Maryland's leading provider of integrated healthcare services and supportive housing for people experiencing homelessness. Last year, we served about 11,500 different people in Baltimore City and Baltimore County at clinics and shelters and on the streets, and we supported about 800 people in permanent supportive housing. We're here in very strong support of DHCD's budget and of Secretary Jake Day and his leadership team. Healthcare for the Homeless has long understood that homelessness is fundamentally a housing problem. You heard the Secretary talk about this relationship. The Federal Government Accountability Office has found that for every $100 median income in market rent, homelessness increases by 9%. We also understand that housing is healthcare. Every single clinical intervention we provide is made better and more effective if rooted in housing with the services that people need to stay there. As Secretary Day has said, if you want to end homelessness, you start with housing. And the department has actualized this by bringing its Office of Homeless Solutions around the executive table and by establishing, as you heard in the qualified allocation plan, a supportive housing set-aside, continued requirements to have homelessness preferences across all low-income housing, competitive low-income housing tax credit programs, and this year an increased baseline for operating expenses, which makes such programs more effective. About 3 years ago, we established a wholly owned subsidiary called HCH Real Estate Co. We're about a week away from settling on financing for 42 affordable apartments downtown, 28 of them for people exiting homelessness, and we got tax credits last year for a 117-unit apartment building, including 92 permanent supportive housing units. We could not do this work if not for DHCD and its very strong commitment to ensure that all of its programs serve all Marylanders, including those experiencing homelessness. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Tania Chestnut. I am the president of Progressive Maryland's Enclave Tenant Association, also known as ETA. This is located in Silver Spring, White Oak area in Montgomery County. I'm also on multiple committees of Housing Justice Montgomery. Today, I would like to express my strong support for the Community School Rental Assistance Program and to urge the increase in funds allocated for this crucial initiative. Every day, the ETA Eviction Task Force, Housing Initiative Partnership, Housing Justice Montgomery, and Councilmember Kristen Mink's office works directly with families who have children enrolled in community schools and are struggling to remain housed. These families are not just in our complex, but all throughout Montgomery County. We have found out so far, talking to these families, that many people have not been notified of this program, and we urge that this be rectified. When rent becomes unaffordable, family members lose jobs, or breadwinners become ill, children are the first to feel that impact. Mostly those who are in these community schools, they suffer from missed days of school, stress, and trauma. The Community Schools Rental Assistance Program is not just about paying rent. It's about providing displacement, keeping children in their schools, and preserving stability in communities. We have seen firsthand how rental assistance can stop an eviction before it happens. It gives parents breathing room. It also allows families to focus on employment, health, and their children's education. But as of right now, the need so far exceeds the current funding. And this needs to be rectified. We need more money for this program. We need to help more families. We need to make sure these children stay housed. I respectfully urge you to help increase the funding for this program and to find a better way to disperse the information for this program for many people can take part of it.
Thank you. Very, very, very important testimony. Thank you so much for being here today to share it. Do any subcommittee members have any questions for our panel? Okay, seeing none. Thank you so much for joining us today. We're going to go to the next four on my list. Forgive me if I mispronounce anyone's name. So I see China Diaz from Habitat for Humanity, Metro Maryland. Dennis Rasmussen, here for the Rasmussen Group. Adria Crutchfield, Baltimore Regional Housing Partnership. And Meredith Chaikin, Greater Baybrook Alliance, Inc. Okay, and some friends. Let's see, do I see four moving? I see 1, 2, 3. Nope, just 2. Okay. All right, did everyone hear the names I said? Okay, so it's possible that we are missing some people, so I will go to 2 more. Ellen Burke, City Life Community Builders, and Chrissy Erb, Essex Community Development Corporation. Okay, great. And then, welcome. Why don't you go ahead and begin?
All right. Chair Shetty and members of the Health and Social Services Budget Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is China Diaz, and I'm the Director of Home Preservation Services at Habitat for Humanity, Metro Maryland. I strongly urge y'all's support for DHCD's FY27 operating budget. For more than 44 years, Habitat has worked to preserve and create affordable home ownership opportunities for income-qualified households. Through our home preservation program, we help older adults, working-class families, and long-term residents stay in their homes through general home repairs, accessibility modifications, and climate resiliency adaptations. To date, we've invested more than $12 million across Prince George's and Montgomery counties. But behind that number are actual families. We had a mother of 2 children who had unfortunately lost their heat in the winter, and you can imagine how uncomfortable that is. Through our program, we were able to go into the home, replace the unit, and bring back safety, comfort, and warmth. This is why the operating funds matter. Capital funds allow for projects to exist, and operating funds allow them to be delivered. These dollars support staff who guide homeowners through complex repair projects and make sure that they're completed. And the need continues to grow. We've received 4,500 inquiries from homeowners in Prince George's and Montgomery counties. We respectfully ask that you maintain full or increased funding for DH City's operating budget, including net awards, so agencies like Habitat can continue turning public investment into safe, stable housing for Maryland families. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us, Chair Shetty and the members of the committee. My name is Meredith Chaikin. I'm the CEO of the Greater Baybrook Alliance, which is a community development corporation in South Baltimore and North Anne Arundel County. I'm here in support of DH City's operating budget. My organization serves over 30,000 residents in Baltimore City and Anne Arundel. We do a range of housing, economic development, green space, transportation projects. We think about the community holistically and try to work with the community to implement their vision. The operating funds are crucial to moving all of those projects forward. We couldn't do it without operating dollars. I submitted written testimony where we talk a little bit more about our community. I'd like to give one example of the work that we do with these operating funds. Bank of America was operating a branch in our community, and they closed in 2021. The community rallied to basically discuss, negotiate with Bank of America about what the harm against the community would be and how that Bank of America could mitigate that under the CRA, the federal CRA law. After extensive discussions, Bank of America decided to donate that building to the community and asked our organization to steward that. We reached out and got a ton of input from the community of what they would like to see, and that building will become a hub for community and economic development, a meeting space for programming, and a pop-up space to support economic opportunities and development in the community. Our organization has raised $2.6 million to renovate that building and fulfill the community's vision. But, and actually I signed the contract yesterday with our general contractor, so we're ready to move forward. But we need those operating funds to actually move all that capital out onto the street to do this work that the community's asked for. So again, the operating dollars help us to move the community's vision forward, to activate this building. If we did not have those dollars, we would not, this project would stall as all the other work that we're doing for the community. And so we asked you to support the operating budget that DHCD has put forward.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chair Shetty and members of the subcommittee. My name is Ellen Burke, and I'm the Executive Director of City Life Community Builders. I'm here today to urge you to support the Department of Housing and Community Development's FY27 operating budget. City Life Community Builders is proud to be a selected awardee of the FY27 State Revitalization Program for East Baltimore. For more than 3 decades, we have worked in East Baltimore to transform vacant and distressed properties into stable, affordable home ownership. These are opportunities that anchor families and rebuild neighborhoods. Operating funds are the backbone that make these measurable neighborhood transformation possible. In the past few years, we have rehabbed 65 homes in some of the most disinvested neighborhoods in East Baltimore, achieving whole block impact. These are not isolated projects. They are strategic interventions that remove vacancy and blight, increase public safety, stabilize property values, expand affordable home ownership, and protect generational wealth for low and moderate income families. We pair redevelopment with workforce opportunities by training residents in the construction trades and hiring local contractors. This ensures that state dollars circulate within the very communities that Bernie funds are designed to strengthen. Now we are expanding that impact through an MOU with Morgan State University and the Johns Hopkins University Whiting School of Engineering. We are launching an artificial intelligence and machine manufacturing workforce development academy. This initiative will train more than 250 local residents annually in AI-driven manufacturing, advanced 3D printing, and autonomous systems. And this will be supported by a dedicated community makerspace. This is what equitable innovation looks like, connecting historically disinvested neighborhoods to the high-growth economy of the future. In addition, City Life Community Builders also invest directly in communities. A recent example is that we partnered with the Collington Square Neighborhood Association and brought a community food garden and cafe lighting project to life, enhancing safety, pride, and neighborhood connections.
Ms. Burke, thank you for your testimony. Do you want to just wrap up your statement real quick?
I'm sorry,
thank you for your testimony. Do you want to wrap up?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just operating support makes all this possible. Without it, capital projects stall, partnerships weaken, and momentum is lost.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Chair Shetty and members of the committee. My name's Chrissy Erb. I'm the Executive Director of the Essex Community Development Corporation located in eastern Baltimore County. We're Legislative District 6. Our mission is to build a strong, vibrant, economically viable Essex through placemaking, business support services, and community engagement. I'm here today to offer my support for the operating budget for DHCD, of course. Specifically, I want to talk a little bit about the Main Street Maryland's project or program and community schools rental assistance. So let me be clear and tell you we are not yet a Main Street organization, but we are excited to start that process this year. With capital dollars from DHCD, we did benefit from the Project Restore program, and we were able to reactivate 3 vacant storefronts, opening a coffee shop in Essex, expanding a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu studio, and then opening our office right on Eastern Boulevard. And it has made quite an impact. We've become quite a community hub in the Essex area. Last year, we served out of our offices over 120 businesses that we were able to connect through networking events and different grant programs. Why does operating funding matter? It matters because capital dollars establish programs, but operating dollars are what sustain those programs. We are able to sustain our program after Project Restore with support from operating assistance grant through DHCD to fund a business development manager who's going to continue working with the businesses that we started and also with more businesses that have come forward wanting to access our services. We are also, I want to say that we are also Enough Act grant partners in a local partnership, and we also are partnering with a lot of the community schools in our area. Baltimore County, Essex in particular, we have some of the highest poverty areas in Baltimore County, and our community schools, one in particular, Sandalwood Elementary, had 10 families in 1 month that benefited from that program, and then the money was gone. So in closing, I would just like to say that DHCD has helped us a ton, and we would really appreciate that continued funding. We urge your support of their operating budget.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Any questions from subcommittee members before the panel jumps away? You do. Yes, Delegate Ruff. Thank you.
Witness in the green. And I'm sorry, give me your name again.
It's Meredith Chaikin.
Meredith. What are you guys going to do with the vault?
With the building?
The vault.
Oh, the vault. It's a great question, because it's really expensive to take it out, we learned. It's going to be a conference room, and actually, everyone is invited to come. I should have mentioned before that we have GHCD and LBI support for that project, and we'll have a big grand opening hopefully this fall. So we'll share the invitation, but it should be a great project.
That sounds
with
really cool.
Operating support.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Very cool. Thank you so much, panel. All right, I'm going to call on the next 4 on my list. Catherine Lark, Maryland Rural Development Corporation. Chuck Huster, also from the Maryland Rural Development Corporation. Those 2 are signed up as favorable. I'm going to ask a couple folks who are favorable with amendment to join this panel as well, just for the sake of expediency. Matt Hill, Public Justice Center, and Catherine Davis, Pro Bono Resource Center. I see 4 people moving. I see 4 people moving. You may begin, sir.
Yeah, my name is Chuck Huster. I'm with Maryland Rural Development Corporation. I'm the executive director there. We're here in support of the Circuit Rider program. We have been along and part of the Circuit Rider program for many decades. We serve the communities in Western Maryland and the Eastern Shore. Last year, we were funded $280,000, and we are reaching 10,000 citizens of rural communities with that money, doing large infrastructure projects, offering support, technical support for these projects that will create sustainability and stability in these communities, like wastewater, water, alleviate any disaster issues. We are working on some things for health and sanitary concerns. I want to focus on one thing really quickly, and that is a return on investment. With $280,000, we're reaching 10,000 people. That's $28 annually per. And that's a huge impact for such a little dollar amount. And so that's why we're here advocating. Kathy's going to give you some more details, like boots on the ground kind of perspective about what the program is. But I want you guys to really consider that $28 investment annually for those 10,000 people. And what we could do if we could increase that value, and how many more people could we reach? So, thank you.
Thank you. I'm Kathy Lark, as Chuck said. I work closely with local governments in Western Maryland, specifically the towns of Westernport, Lonaconee, and Luke. I'm a circuit rider with MRDC. I'm here today in support of additional funding for the Maryland Circuit Rider Program, which is covered by DHCD. This program is a lifeline for rural communities throughout the entire state. Allegheny County has experienced a profound loss of industry over the past generation. Manufacturing jobs that once sustained entire towns have disappeared. Coal and paper mills that anchored the local community have closed. As these industries left, so did the tax base, the workforce, and the resources that small municipalities rely on to function. Many towns now operate with only part-time staff or volunteers trying to manage full-time responsibilities. At the same time, Allegheny County has faced repeated natural disasters, flooding, landslides, and severe storms that strain the already limited local capacity. The town of Westernport and Lonaconee are also still recovering from the flood of May 2025. These events don't just damage the infrastructure, they overwhelm small governments that lack the administrative support to navigate disaster relief programs, apply for grants, or manage recovery projects. An increase of funding directly addresses this gap. By strengthening the Circuit Rider program, this ensures the small towns have access to professional management support, people who can write grants, coordinate infrastructure projects, maintain compliance, and help the communities recover after disasters. In many cases, the Circuit Riders are the difference between a town securing critical funding or missing out entirely. This builds an investment in resilience. It helps preserve local self-governance in communities that would otherwise struggle to survive. And it does so in a cost-effective way, leveraging shared experience across multiple municipalities. Okay. For Allegheny County and the small towns across the state of Maryland, the Circuit Rider program provides the capacity they need to rebuild, recover, and move forward. I respectfully urge the committee to give a favorable report. Thank you for your time and your commitment to Maryland's rural communities.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is Matt Hill. I'm an attorney with the Public Justice Center, which provides statewide advocacy as well as legal services in Baltimore City. I'm here today to speak specifically on the Community Schools Rental Assistance Program and urge you to significantly increase the funding for that program. First, I just want to thank the department. Madam Chair, you were talking about administrative barriers to the folks getting assistance. They've done an incredible job working with advocates, collaborating with us on an almost monthly basis to talk through how this program is structured and to try to lower those barriers. So we really appreciate their commitment to this program, and we look forward to continuing to work with them. First, it does fill a critical gap in the safety net that nothing else meets. We appreciate Secretary Day talking about a both-and approach to housing supply and meeting the needs of families right now. This is the part of the and, right? Homelessness is up 53% since 2021, and this is really the dedicated source of eviction prevention funding for the state. There's no other dedicated source that I'm aware of. And so this really worked for one of my clients, Shantice, who's featured in our testimony, and it also helps show how you can leverage the legal support of the Right to Counsel and Eviction program with these kind of eviction prevention funds. Shantice encountered one of those administrative hiccups in her disability benefit. At the same time, her partner lost her job due to some Trump administration cuts, and that's how I encountered her in eviction court. We were able to, with the assistance of the Community Schools Rental Assistance Program, leverage that program to get her landlord to make repairs to the severe rodent infestation in the property, accept the funds, and prevent her eviction. So it's really important to understand that this all works together, right? Education, housing, legal support, and this program fills that critical gap. Thank you for your attention.
Good afternoon, Chair Shetty and members of the subcommittee. I'm Katie Davis. I'm the Director of Pro Bono Resource Center of Maryland's Courtroom Advocacy Program. As part of Access to Counsel, we also provide legal services for low-income tenants in Baltimore City and Baltimore County. And I'm here in support also of the Community Schools Rental Assistance Program. So what I'd like to do is just share a story of one of our clients as well who really benefited from this program. Mr. Shiflett is a young father of a 9-year-old who attends a community school in Baltimore County. I met him in court in November of '25 at a failure to pay rent hearing for his October rent. He told me that he had quit his job earlier that fall to take care of his wife while she was ill. She had since passed away, and he immediately began looking for another job, but was having a hard time finding one because now he was the primary caregiver for his 9-year-old. This was his first time in court. He'd never missed a rent payment before, but now he was really having a hard time, and they were both dealing with their grief. So we were able to, as Mr. Hill said, negotiate a stay. We have attorneys in court. We negotiated a 30-day stay of his eviction, and during that time, our eviction prevention counselor was able to help him apply for rental assistance through his daughter's community school. He was one of the few who received it. They paid his October and his November rent and prevented that eviction. Cases like this one remind us of the thin line that separates housed families from those experiencing homelessness. Mr. Shiflett's case is not unique. It's very often that our clients are in court and facing eviction because of just one thing, whether it's an illness, a car repair that they didn't expect, reduced work hours, or just a temporary lapse in employment. So they're just 1 or 2 months behind in rent, but that can be enough for an eviction. Rental assistance funds can stop this cycle that turns into late fees and numerous court fees, and ultimately help ensure stable housing for the most vulnerable families across the state. So you heard how fast these funds ran out, and so I'm just here to second and advocate and hope that we can really add some additional funding. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much for your testimony, everyone. I see some members of the subcommittee have questions. Delegate Heinbach.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. On circuit riders, which towns in Western Maryland currently use a circuit rider?
Westernport, Luke, and Lonaconee.
And do they share a circuit rider?
They share me.
They share you. Well, I thought. So my question is, if there were more, like in my district, which includes Allegheny County, there's 13 incorporated municipalities, all of them small. So if you had more resources for the circuit rider program, would more towns take advantage of it?
There are towns that are waiting, like Burkittsville is one that would like to have a circuit rider, but we don't have funding and we don't have enough people.
One of the issues with it is there's funds available for infrastructure and things like that. It's out there. But the towns don't have the bandwidth or the ability to actually apply. The cumbersome process of putting in an application is something that we can do. That's something we want to do. Once we get that ball rolling, you can also manage the project. But the key to it is get your foot in the door and be eligible by putting in a good application. That is the door. That's with USDA or with the state. It's wherever you're looking for resources, because these projects are large projects. We're at 120 million aggregate of what we're working with. I mean, it's funded from all different places. But at the end of the day, it's getting in the door. And when you're sitting in someone's kitchen or their living room, because that's the town hall, that's why the resources aren't there. And that's just the reality of it. And we have the expertise to do it, and we can hire, upscale, and I'm sure other organizations might be able to do it as well. So not just advocating for MRDC, but advocating for the program, because I think it's the best value you're going to find. I mean, I don't know how much, ROI you guys look at like that, but I would just say it's a huge return on investment.
Well, I'm familiar with the program, and I'm a big advocate of it, and you're exactly right. These small towns that have a part-time administrator don't have time to search and apply for grants and all those sort of things. So I know Laura was there before you, I think.
That's correct.
And I know they're a big help. It's a great program, and I hope that we're able to find some more money to expand the program. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you, Delegate Heinbach. Seeing no further questions from the subcommittee for this panel, thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to turn to the next panel, and again, more favorable with amendments. So I'm going to call on Francine Hyman with Economic Action Maryland, Mildred Colick, Berthenia Moore, and Marceline White. I see 4 people moving. I see 1 person moving. 2 people, 3 people. Yay. Okay. I'm going to call one more. Claudia Wilson Randall, Community Development Network of Maryland. Fill out our panel. Thank you. You can, ma'am, at the table, you can begin while our friends join us.
Okay, sure.
If that's okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Francine Mitchell. I am the Program Director of the SOAR program, Securing Older Adult Resources with Economic Action Maryland Fund. SOAR, we provide hands-on assistance, application assistance for the homeowners and the renters' property tax credits. We also provide individualized case management. We confirm that credits are received. We have a referral system, and we work primarily with older adults. We work statewide, but our largest footprint is in Baltimore City and in Baltimore County. We believe older adults across Maryland should be able to age in place with financial stability, dignity, and access to the benefits that they have earned. Yet, many low and moderate income older adults across the state face housing instability, not because assistance does not exist, but because it is complex to navigate. Our Securing Older Adult Resources program addresses a critical gap: the underutilization of the Maryland homeowners and renters property tax credits. According to the Maryland Department of Assessments and Taxation, in fiscal year 23, 30% of homeowner applicants within Baltimore City were denied the credits. Again, not because the assistance does not exist, but because of documentation challenges and application complexity. Losing access to this relief can mean choosing between housing and basic necessities, as nearly 19% of Baltimore City households spend more than half of their income on housing costs. Comparatively, in Baltimore County, 37% of homeowner applicants were denied the homeowners and renters property tax credits. Particularly older adults, they face significant cost pressures, as 30% pay more than 30% of their income on housing. These pressures jeopardize the older adult's ability to remain stably housed. In 2025, our SOAR program screened 828 households. Those screenings identified 910,000 in anticipated credits for renters and homeowners. To date, we can confirm 196 approved applications, totaling $92,000 in direct savings. So for every $1 our client, we return $4.16 to our older adult households.
That's amazing. Thank you for your testimony. Do you want to finish your thought?
Yes.
Okay.
Just over the next 12 months, we expect to serve about 900 households, and we are respectfully asking to be included in the budget. And I have Ms. Collick and Ms. Moore here, SOAR participants, who will share their story.
Good afternoon. My name is Mildred Collick, and it's spelled with a C and not the K. I saw you had a K up there. My name is Collick, C-O-L-L-I-C-K. My name is Mildred Collick, and I'm a resident of Northeast Baltimore, and I'm a mother, grandmother, and a widow. I'm 85 years old and recently retired at 83. I went to a local senior center to work out, and while there, I heard someone speaking about an energy assistant and was encouraged to apply so it can help me with my BGE. However, I needed assistance with applying for the program, and the application process seemed to be a bit confusing. A representative at the senior center told me to contact the Economic Action Maryland Fund for assistance with the application process. I contacted the agency and was connected to a SOAR counselor. They helped me complete the application and informed me about the supporting documents I needed, and they helped me with the application and the supporting documents I need to attach with my application. In addition, they followed up with me to ensure that I didn't need any other assistance. They continued to follow up with me until I was approved for energy assistance. Their continued communication and support made me feel valued and well cared for during the entire process. We seniors have contributed so much to the state of Maryland There are not enough programs like SOAR that are geared towards helping older adults. SOAR walk us through this process and support us. I urge you to fund SOAR so more seniors can receive help to navigate their next chapter in their life. Okay.
Good afternoon, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Berthenia Moore. I am a lifelong Baltimore City resident. I am a mother and a grandmother and a caregiver of my 2 young grandchildren. I was once an office manager for a local courier service, before retiring, since I have struggled to pay my property taxes and other household expenses due to the rising cost of living. I applied for part-time employment to work remote from home so that I can pay basic household expenses and I called countless agencies throughout Baltimore to get help. However, many of these programs would rather transfer me from one agency to another, and in the end, I would receive no help. Eventually, I gave up and became frustrated and couldn't believe that I, as a senior, was going through this. All I wanted to do was for someone to listen and to help me to apply for these resources that could keep me in my home. I'm sorry. An agency contacted me and told me to contact Economic Action Maryland Fund SOAR program. SOAR stands for Securing Older Adults and Resources. I called the number, was put into contact with the SOAR counselor, and that helped me for my homeowner's tax credit program, along with retroactive credits, energy assistance, water assistance, Maryland Senior Drug Prescription Assistance, home repair, PCs for people, which I needed to do at home remote work. My SOAR counselor was patient, didn't rush me when helping me. She stayed in contact, providing follow-up calls to answer any additional questions I have. SOAR is a mountain of resources with the patience to walk you through the processes to help you get things done. I am very grateful for their case management services and will continue to work with them. And I am here today to urge you to the committee to fund the program that helps seniors across Maryland and provides us with the support we need.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair. For the record, my name is Marceline White. I'm the Executive Director of Economic Action Maryland Fund, and we are here in support of DHC's budget and are respectfully requesting a $225,000 appropriation to support our SOAR program. As you've heard, a lot of the work we do is deep work with seniors and deep follow-up. So our SOAR counselors follow up with SDAT for every application we turn in to make sure that the people get their credits. If they're denied, we help them reapply. So we're making sure that our elders can remain and age in place in their homes. And we also work on the renter's tax credit. We're the only organization in the state that provides renters with assistance with the renter's tax credit for our low-income renters. As we know, with the cost of housing soaring, pardon the pun, with the cost of housing rising, if our homeowners and our elder renters are displaced, they would become unhoused. And so this work is deep, and the appropriation will allow us both to expand our reach at this time. As Madam Chair mentioned, so many people don't know about the resources that are available, and those that do need some additional support to do the in-depth work with them. But it also allows us to expand in light of challenges with Medicaid and SNAP applications with the eligibility requirements. We know from a survey we just did that 60% of our clients are concerned they may not be able to meet the eligibility guidelines, and 20% of them have noticed issues with digital equity, assistance applying to the portal because they need help doing that, and assistance with broadband. So we are also going to expand our work to make sure that all of our clients we work with do not fall off the Medicaid or SNAP rolls, as well as expand that work statewide to make sure that new people, we can help them verify those who need that kind of deep support work. So again, we appreciate our elders for coming down, and I want to thank you for hearing this request for additional support this year for that work.
Thank you so much. This is really powerful testimony. Really appreciate you taking time out of your day to share. I see Delegate Ruff has a question.
More of just a point of personal privilege. I gotta give a huge shout out to Ms. Colick, who I'm very proud of, who has offered her testimony here today. She is one of my many surrogate mothers, who is one of my grandmother's best friends. And I'm just very proud that you've come down and offered this testimony and made your voice heard, and that people like you have poured into me are exactly why I do what I do. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you too.
She did a great job. And she was nervous. I don't know why,
I
though.
got my name spelled right. My name is spelled C-O-L-L-I.
You know, for what it's worth, ma'am, we did have it correct on our list. We can't control, but you did see it spelling it out there now. So you did a great job, ma'am. Yeah, I know. You did a beautiful job, and thank you for pouring into wonderful Delegate Ruff, because he is one of our fabulous colleagues here on the committee, so thank you. I see Delegate McCaskill has a question for the panel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually don't have a question. I just wanted to commend you all, and it's great to hear the success stories coming from your organization. My grandmother, who lives in Northwest Baltimore City, which is actually where I'm from, is 100 years old. And believe it or not, she still have girlfriends that they commemorate often. And it's interesting because I have actually been their SOAR program, and I have fallen off when I became an elected official. So it's just really great to know that you all exist. I have tried time and time again to help them navigate through the process. Some were unsuccessful, and I just referred them over to who I could. However, it's just really great to know that you all exist. But I guess now that I did have this comment, I do have a question. Do you all, or like, where do you advocate? Are there like senior centers, faith-based places? Where exactly do you advocate or lend your resources?
Yeah, so in Baltimore City, we're at the Sandtown Senior Center and the library on North Avenue. All libraries, really. We partner with the Cash Campaign, so now we're at Randallstown Library. We're at the Community Engagement Center. We are on site with St. Mary's Outreach. We do a lot of, just last week, I was at Jacksonville Senior Center, so I usually send out an email, and whoever wants us on site, we're there.
And we're happy to partner and be part of resource staples. We try to send out an email like once a year for legislators, constituent service staff, to let them know. And we're always happy to come when we can to any resource centers or days.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Appreciate everybody's, really, really appreciate your testimony, and thank you so much for coming out today. I know how incredibly difficult it can be to access Annapolis, yet your voices are so powerful, so we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to our next panel at this time. We've got Claudia Wilson-Randall from Community Development Network of Maryland, Ellie Mitchell with Maryland Out of School Time Network, Stephanie Prostel, Housing Initiative Partnership, and Lisa Klingenmeyer, Maryland Family Network. Do I see 4 people coming down? 1, 2, 3, I think 4. Great. Okay, ma'am, you may begin when you're ready. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Shetty and members of the Health and Social Service Subcommittee. I'm so happy to be here today. My name is Claudia Wilson-Randall. I'm the Executive Director of the Community Development Network of Maryland, and we are an advocacy organization focused on supporting small, affordable housing developers, housing counseling agencies, and community-based nonprofits across the state. And you have heard from many of our members today as part of the operating budget testimony for DHCD. So it's really great to be able to follow all of these great folks in this chamber today. And I want to just strongly support the Department of Housing and Community Development's budget for fiscal year 27. But I just want to echo some of the things that you heard. One, the need for operating capital is just tremendous. We surveyed our members this year and partners throughout the state, and we heard again and again that they can't move the capital dollars in the budget without operating dollars. So that's just a huge load for our organizations at this time when they are also facing cuts from federal dollars to be able to move those capital dollars and complete projects. So I know I read the news, I understand the budget, but we are the third richest state in one of the wealthiest countries in this world, and we can do better. So I am asking for increases in Bernie operating from $500,000 to $1 million. I'm asking increases in funding for operating for NED to $1 million. I'm asking increasing in funding for the community eviction prevention funding rental assistance program, because those are vital programs. And the one thing that you heard from everybody here in this chamber is community, right? And so this is just such a tremendous, these are small investments for us to care about our neighbors. What everybody in the state of Maryland needs is economic growth, and housing is at the center of that. So I just can't stress enough all the work and community revitalization projects and main streets and all of that is so critical to making that economic growth happen in our state. And so I just urge you to think about how we get there in real, serious ways, because that's what everyone in the state needs. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your passion and your advocacy. And yes, you're right, we can do better. Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Shetty and members of the committee. My name is Ellie Mitchell, and I am with the Maryland Out of School Time Network. I'm not usually in housing hearings, but I am joining the chorus because we have the privilege of serving as the backbone for the Maryland Coalition for Community Schools. And one of the main reasons community schools were included in the blueprint was that poverty creates barriers to learning, and housing instability is one of the greatest challenges a family can face. So it is incredibly hard for a child to focus in school or do homework or feel safe in the classroom when they don't know if they will have a roof over their head when the bell rings. And that's why the Community School Rentals Assistance Program matters. It aligns with the Maryland Community School Strategy because it reaches families most in need, and community school coordinators are uniquely positioned to connect those families not only to rent support, but to other wraparound services that stabilize the whole household. As you've heard, the pilot opened in 8 counties and demand far outstripped the funding, but I want to share just a few stories of the impact on those fortunate enough to benefit. In Wacomico County, a mother and 2 children lost housing after experiencing domestic violence. With the support of the program, she was able to move into a new house over Christmas break. In Montgomery County, a single mom avoided eviction long enough to find a new job so her family could stay housed, stay in their school, and begin rebuilding stability. And one parent helped through United Way said, "This assistance will lift a huge weight off my shoulders." Many of the recipients the United Way are helping are facing mental health challenges, caring for children with special needs. All of these compound housing insecurity. And as a result, this program is reducing chronic absenteeism. It is reducing student mobility. And if we are serious about ending childhood poverty, this program is a critical leverage point. $5 million isn't enough. We would ask for a significant increase, maybe with a goal of $25 million. It's not enough either. But it's the kind of investment that can snowball by preventing homelessness before it happens. And I thank you, and we support the overall housing budget with the amendment of increasing the Community School Rental Assistance Program.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Lisa Klingenmeyer. I'm here today representing Maryland Family Network. We are today in strong support of our friends at the Department of Housing and Community Development and to ask for additional support for the Community Schools Rental Assistance Program. When I was in high school, I took a class to become an EMT basic, and a lot of my classmates and I lamented that as an EMT basic, we were not able to help somebody until they were in truly dire need, because we were only able to do CPR, load them in an ambulance, and drive them to a hospital. It's a paramedic who generally provides a larger state of care. As an EMTB, I could really only help somebody if they were truly in an emergency and needed CPR. And sadly, that's the state of most of our housing safety net in Maryland. When I knew that I was coming before you today, I was talking to some of our parents last night in one of our programs, and I had asked them if they had ever received rental assistance before, and not a single one had, though several of them have experienced housing insecurity. One of my mothers told me in the program that she wished a program like this existed when she was facing eviction, because she was not able to access any benefit until she, in her words, hit rock bottom and wound up experiencing homelessness. And that's the first time she was able to find any sort of assistance in our state. This rental assistance program is one of the very few resources in our states that meets families before they reach that emergency level of need, which shows in DHC's data of this program, the families who have received this benefit are not seen in any other of most of our safety net programs in the state, because these families haven't hit that level of emergency yet, but we're reaching them before they do, which saves us money in other services down the road. Not only that, but we're targeting the population most likely to be evicted, which are children. Data shows children under 5 are the most likely population to be evicted in this country, and by channeling this money through community schools, we are reaching that population. And as my colleague says, housing instability is an adverse childhood experience. We are also preventing other things down the road for children who experience so much struggle when they face housing insecurity. You all have a lot of hard decisions to make this session, we know. This is a program that has a true unmet need, a way to get money out the door to families who we can help before they reach an emergency. Thank you so much for your time, and we strongly urge more investment for this program.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Stephanie Prestel, and I'm the Executive Director of Housing Initiative Partnership, HIP for short. Housing is HIP. We are a nonprofit affordable housing developer and counseling agency based in Prince George's and Montgomery County, and we have had the distinct honor of being one of the administrators of the Community Schools Rental Assistance Program. So as all of those before me have talked about the tremendous need we have seen in the communities, both in Prince George's and Montgomery County, we have been administering this to our families in need, and over the course of that administration, within 5 weeks of opening the program, we had far more applications than we could serve. We're seeing, a 4-to-1 need, and that's when we started putting folks on wait lists, and so that slowed the demand, but we know that it's there. So I just want to echo what my colleagues are saying, that the investment in our families is really critical, and urge you to take a look at the budget to see if there's any opportunity for growing that particular program. The second piece I wanted to talk about is operating support, which many of my fellow colleagues have talked about. We are struggling in the nonprofit community. There used to be other general operating support grants, and those have really shrunk with our federal level making changes in how they provide funding, and also that has had impact on our philanthropic and business communities as well, who have traditionally provided funding to organizations like HIP. So while we have these wonderful capital programs that we are able to administer, and in particular with the NED program, which is inside the Beltway of Prince George's and Montgomery County, we have utilized the funds primarily for our HIP Homes program, where we buy and renovate single-family homes for first-time home buyers. We have just completed some net zero modular homes that Secretary Day will be at our ribbon cutting shortly for in Fairmont Heights. We've been able to really leverage those programs for true transformational community development needs in our community. However, to administer those programs, there's very little money available to us, and no one wants to fund the fact that we need to pay rent and that we have to pay for the audit that everyone needs to see and all of the back office support that we need to successfully and judiciously administer those funds. So we really urge you to think about the operating support attached to those programs, and as Claudia said, Ned and Bernie are in great need of additional operating support. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your advocacy. Really appreciate all of you. Do I see any questions from subcommittee members? I see none. Oops, so sorry. You're the only microphone I can't see. I'm sorry, Delegate Ruff. Yes, question.
It's all right. I wanted to ask Ms. Mitchell, not just because she is president of the floor first, but has always been a champion for our children and in the educational settings. You would have to agree that the vast majority of the community school families rental assistance has come out of Baltimore City. Can you comment? You mentioned some stories from all over the state. Can you kind of comment on the impact that you see in our city that this program has had, and why you're requesting that the amount be lifted?
Well, I mean, I think anybody who's worked in housing in Baltimore City would know that there is a reason why that demand is so high in Baltimore in terms of how evictions are kind of inflicted on families. There's a lot more to what's happening in housing instability in the city. Not to say that there isn't homelessness and challenges in housing everywhere. And I think that because every school is a community school in Baltimore, this is one of the places where every family experiencing this housing insecurity would be eligible for this particular program. That might also increase the overall demand on it. And our community school coordinators are saying that this is one of their number one needs. And while this program has been incredibly impactful on the families who have received it, it's just as frustrating to them that now that door is closed for the moment until the program reopens. And so I'd say that from the community school perspective, again, this is one of the only pathways they have towards solving what is feels sometimes like an insurmountable problem for their families.
Well, I definitely hear you loud and clear. I think based on this chart that we have from DLS, the allocated funds initially to Baltimore City were almost $4 million alone. So we definitely hear you. But there's difficult times. And even though this is the third richest state in the country, we do have to make some tough decisions. So we appreciate your testimony for allowing us to help us make those decisions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Of course. Thank you, Delegate. Seeing no further questions from the subcommittee at this time for this panel, thank you for testifying. We have 2 remaining witnesses for this hearing. We have Callie Shumitz from the Maryland Center on Economic Policy and Courtney Bergen from Maryland Legal Aid. And as you are settling, I like to embarrass my former students. So I see my student Maya is here with DHCD. Hi, welcome. I train them well. They end up going to amazing places. Yeah. Thank you for your service. Welcome, Callie. You may begin.
Thank you, Chair Shetty and members of the subcommittee. My name is Callie Shumitz. I'm with the Maryland Center on Economic Policy. And we're here in support of DHCD's overall budget, but joining others in encouraging you all to consider additional funding for the Community Schools Rental Assistance Program. I think Maryland continues to invest a significant amount of its affordable housing funds on the development side, and we do think that is important. That is the long-term expanding housing supply is part of the long-term solution to affordable housing, but that doesn't help the people who today are facing the risk of eviction and homelessness outside of the federal housing choice voucher program, which is limited. There's very little funding available to keep people from being evicted or to support people who are experiencing homelessness. So I think other speakers have already said a lot about how this program has been very successful and impactful, but with only $5 million in the budget for the next fiscal year, it can only meet a fraction of the need that we saw even with this first round, let alone being able to expand the program. Preventing families and children from experiencing a destabilizing eviction also saves the state money in the long run. So Maryland Center on Economic Policy supported the work of the firm Stout, Ratius, and Ross on a study in 2023 looking at the rollout of the temporary federal eviction prevention funds, and found that every dollar of eviction prevention funds yields about $2.39 in reduced expenses for the state for education, healthcare, emergency shelter, and other services. It's very impactful, not just to those families, but it helps the state in the long run to keep people in their homes. It is also beneficial to our economy by promoting increased employment and income stability if people can maintain that housing.
Thank you. Callie, would you like to wrap up your thoughts on, please? Thank you.
Expanding the program will help meet the needs of the communities that already have this program, but also potentially allow the opportunity for other parts of the state to get the assistance.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate your testimony. Yes, go ahead. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the subcommittee. My name is Courtney Bergen. I'm a staff attorney and Maryland legal aid in the Baltimore County office, and I specifically work on the Tenant Right to Counsel project. I'm here today to ask you to support the DHCD budget, but specifically to, again, address the Community Schools Rental Assistance Program and ask you to increase that funding to $25 million in 2027. This program has been a critical program for my clients. I want to share a couple stories about how it's benefited my clients in Baltimore County. Earlier this month, I had a client who was 2 days away from eviction. We were able to work together with the Community Schools Rental Assistance Program administrator in our area to ensure that we were able to prevent her eviction. It was a single mother with 2 young children who had just lost her job. And she was able to get $11,400 from the Community Schools Rental Assistance Program to pay 5 months of back rent and 2 months of prospective rent. This will allow her children to finish the school year without interruption, and it will allow her time to settle into her new job so that she can be self-sustaining in the future and support her children in the same location. Unfortunately, I have many other clients in Baltimore County who I've referred to the program recently, and they've not been able to access these funds because, as other people have shared, these funds are already gone for the rest of the fiscal year. And I had one client just last week who I referred to the program before I realized the funds were already gone. And he contacted me and said, Courtney, is there something else I can do? And unfortunately, Community Schools Rental Assistance is really the only program that we can refer our clients to in these situations. DHS has a little bit of funding, but it's not consistent, and usually it does require people to be really at the eviction stage. And this person was just a month and a half behind on rent. He could have gotten caught up. And unfortunately, now he remains potentially homeless if no one else can step in or he's not able to meet this need himself, which will jeopardize him and his 3 children. I just want to ask you again to increase this funding because this is a critical need. As other witnesses have stated, these funds go so much farther than what the dollars we put in. They return about over $2 in return for every dollar that's put in, and they're critical for the families I work with every day. So thank you for the opportunity to speak on this, and I would just ask you to increase the funding for community schools.
Thank you so much for both of your testimony. We really appreciate the work you're doing on the ground to support so many families in need. Any questions from subcommittee members? Thank you so much for joining us. That concludes our witness testimony for the Department of Housing and Community Development hearing, and it concludes our DHCD budget hearing. So thank you, Mr. Secretary and team, for staying and hearing from all of our advocates. We are now going to turn to the Maryland Department of Health, Prevention and Health Promotion Administration budget. For this, we welcome Ms. Naomi Kimuro to the table from Department of Legislative Services to provide an overview of the DLS analysis. Friends who are exiting this wonderful DHCD hearing we just had, please do so quietly because we still have more work to do in this subcommittee. So thank you for doing that. And Ms. Kimuro, you may begin.
Thank you. My name is Naomi Kimuro. I'm the budget analyst for DLS, and I'll be presenting the fiscal 27 budget for the Prevention and Health Promotion Administration in the Department of Health. The budget for FIPA is decreasing in fiscal 27 by about 6.7% to $508.3 million. On page 3 begins discussion of tobacco usage in the state. The chart on page 4 shows the trends in adult cigarette usage between fiscal 2021 and 2025. We've noted in the narrative that FIPA has actually met its goal of reducing tobacco usage among all adults for several years in a row. And as of fiscal 2025, has also met its goal of reducing the percentage of Hispanic adults and non-Hispanic Black adults for reduced cigarette usage. We've asked FIPA to comment on its plans to update its goals related to adult cigarette usage to reflect current trends and population health objectives. On the next page, page 5, we summarize tobacco usage among youth. And that chart, Exhibit 2, shows that tobacco usage overall among youth is declining, but there is some progress to be made related to electronic smoking devices, particularly among high school age students. On the next page, we've described a provision in the BRFA that would reduce the funding mandate for tobacco use programs in the state. Right now, the mandate's currently at $18.25 million per year. There's $730,000 in general funds that would be reduced contingent on the enactment of legislation eliminating the funding. However, the provision in the BRFA would reduce the mandate to $17.52 million. So DLS has a technical recommendation to amend the language in the budget to align with the language in the BRFA to reduce the mandate. We also have a recommendation to increase the contingent reduction amount in order to meet that $17.52 million proposed mandate. And we've asked FIPA to clarify how it determined that funding level and what the impact will be on tobacco use reduction programs as a result. We're also, again, recommending increasing the reduction amount by $850,000 to meet that $17.52 million proposed mandate. The next section on page 6 summarizes the federal grants that were determined to be at risk due to federal action. We've noted that FIPA hasn't lost any funding to date due to ongoing and resolved litigation, but we have asked FIPA to comment on its efforts to monitor ongoing changes at the federal level and its efforts to communicate with grantees in the event that anything does change at the federal level. On page 8, the pie chart breaks out the fiscal 27 budget by purpose for FIPA. Nearly half of the budget is allocated to the Maternal and Child Health Bureau, which includes funding for the WIC program. About 21% of the budget is under the Cancer and Chronic Disease Bureau, which includes the funding for tobacco cessation programs. About 21% of the budget is also allocated to the Infectious Disease Prevention and Health Services Bureau, which includes funding for MADAP, which I will discuss in a moment. Pages 9 and 10 describe the major changes in FIPA between fiscal 26 and fiscal 27. So again, the entire budget is decreasing by about $36.5 million, which is driven mainly by the end of COVID-19 related supplements to federal grants, specifically the ELC grant for infectious disease prevention, which is partially offset by an increase in funding for the WIC program due to increased enrollment. There's also an increase of $7.4 million in the MADAP program, reflecting the department's efforts to spend down that fund balance. So this program is described in more detail starting at the bottom of page 10. The MADAP program receives federal funding as well as special funding from pharmaceutical rebates. But as infection rates decline, the amount of revenue the state receives also declines. At the close of fiscal 2024, the balance was $1.1 million, and FIPA made several efforts to collect any available revenue, resulting in increased revenue in fiscal 25 of $64.6 million, and they closed with a balance of $46.6 million. Exhibit 5 shows, on page 12, shows the legislative appropriation and the actual amount of spending, as well as the closing balance in each year from fiscal 2022 to 2027. And so we've also described in the analysis FIPA's efforts to spend down that higher than expected balance. The next section relates to the Budget Reconciliation and Financing Act. So I already talked about the provision related to the reduction in the tobacco cessation program mandate. There's an additional provision in the BRFA that would expand the authorized uses of the Advanced Directive Program Fund and effectuate a fund swap that would reduce $1 million in general funds and replace them with $1 million in special funds. On page 13, there's a discussion of personnel. In fiscal 27, there are 33 fewer regular positions in FIPA, and those are explained entirely due to transfers within the Department of Health. 16 of these positions moved to the Office of the Deputy Secretary for Public Health Services for the MDH internship program, which is funded by the Federal Public Health Infrastructure Grant. I'll also point out vacancies. As of December 31st, 2025, FIPA had 81.6 vacant positions in the department, despite increasing their turnover percentage. 33 of these vacancies have been vacant for at least 1 year. So DLS has asked FIPA to specify how many of the transferred positions were vacant, as well as its plans to fill or abolish long-term vacancies. On page 15 begins the issue discussion. The first is related to federal vaccine guidance. And so this section just describes the changes made by CMS, or by the CDC rather, to reduce the number of recommended vaccines for all children and reduce the recommended number of doses for the HPV vaccine. CMS removed certain immunization measures that used to be required for all states to report. These include childhood immunization status, adolescent immunization status, the immunization status, prenatal immunization status for people of all ages. And while states can still report this data voluntarily, now that it's no longer required, there is a risk that the available data may decrease. The next section describes how all of this impacts Maryland and Maryland's response. So Maryland joined several other states in the Northeast Public Health Collaborative, which is a multi-state coalition established to set public health guidelines, including vaccine recommendations. The General Assembly also passed Chapter 738 last session, which requires insurance policies and nonprofit health service plans to include the costs of child and adolescent immunizations that are recommended by the ACIP as of December 31st, 2024. There's also proposed legislation this session, SB 385 and HB 637, which would authorize the Secretary of Health of Maryland to issue immunization guidance and recommendations. And it would also require that in most circumstances, insurance carriers to cover the cost of vaccines that are included in the department's set of recommendations. The second issue on page 17 is related to the Pediatric Cancer Fund, which was established by Chapters 253 and 254 of 2022 and requires the department to distribute grants for pediatric cancer research, prevention, and treatment. Subsequent legislation altered the allowable uses of the fund just to fund cancer research only and establish a commission to oversee the grant process. $5 million was added to the budget in fiscal 2023, but the department has not yet expended any funds due to delays in appointing the commission. As of October 2025, the commission has been fully appointed. FIPA has also indicated that it'll hire a full-time program administrator to oversee the program, and there's $2.5 million in the fiscal 27 allowance for grants. DLS has asked FIPA to comment on when it plans to release a request for proposals and when it will hire the program administrator. And given that this fund does not have a known ongoing revenue source, we've asked FIPA to discuss how the grants will be used on a one-time basis. We've also asked them to discuss the timing for distributing the grants. The last section, starting on page 19, is an update on the WIC program. So as I said earlier, enrollment in WIC has been increasing and is projected to continue to increase. During the government shutdown, benefits the government shutdown that happened in October of 2025, WIC benefits were paused. The governor declared a state of emergency and appropriated $10 million in emergency funding to support food assistant programs. We have asked FIPA to specify the fund source used to continue distributing WIC benefits during the October shutdown, as well as indicate whether the $10 million in emergency appropriation was expended in fiscal 2026. So finally, DLS just has that one recommendation on the BRFA, on the budget bill, to amend budget bill language to align with the BRFA related to the tobacco cessation funding mandate. And I can take any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Ms. Comoro. Does anyone on the subcommittee have questions for our analyst? Seeing none, thank you so much. We'll welcome Secretary Seshmani and team down for the budget hearing. I will also share as you're coming down that unfortunately I have a commitment I have to step out briefly for, so I might miss your testimony. But I want to thank you for joining. Thank you for your responses to the DLS analysis. And also note that I want to thank you for your testimony and support yesterday of my Pediatric Cancer Research Fund bill. I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to partner with you to help get those dollars out the door very soon. And I will follow up with you to hear the answers to the DLS questions around that fund. I apologize for having to step out. I will turn it to Madam Vice Chair to chair the remainder of the hearing until I come back. Thank you.
Great. Well,
Please continue.
thank you, Chair Shetty, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I will just kick us off very briefly. For the record, I'm Dr. Meena Seshmani, Secretary of Health for the state of Maryland. You are going to be hearing from the team about the Prevention and Health Promotion Administration budget. Thank you to our DLS analyst for all of her work on this. This part of our public health services has quite a few areas of focus for us, including vaccines and infectious disease surveillance, maternal and child health, environmental health, and cancer and chronic disease. So these are definitely areas of focus for our department as we meet our mission of protecting and advancing the health and well-being of all Marylanders. And I'll turn it to the team to walk through some of the areas that DLS has identified to be able to further elucidate. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Secretary Seshmani, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for having me here today. For the record, my name is Dr. Meg Sullivan, and I'm currently serving as the Deputy Secretary for Public Health Services at the Maryland Department of Health. And I'm joined here by Peter DiMartino, who's currently serving as the Director of the Public Health and Promotion Administration, or FIPA, as we like to call it. I'm going to spend just a couple of minutes reviewing answers to the DLS questions that were highlighted in the testimony, and then we are very happy to answer questions. We'll just start off by echoing the thanks to the Governor, the Department of Budget and Management, the Budget Committee for their support, and of course the Department of Legislative Services for our very insightful budget analysis. Thank you as always. I'm going to start off by talking about tobacco use. We were asked to comment on our plans to update goals related to adult cigarette usage to reflect current trends in population health objectives. We'll note that the Behavioral Risk Factor Surveillance System, or BRFIS, is the only ongoing comprehensive state-level surveillance system that provides representative adult tobacco use data for Maryland. Prior year data is typically finalized by the end of the subsequent calendar year. And so calendar year 24 data was not available until after the FY27 Managing for Results submission was finalized. But we do plan to use that data to update the adult tobacco goals in FY28 Managing for Result template. Also related to tobacco cessation funding, DLS recommended modifying the BRFA language to align with the provision in the BRFA as introduced to make the general fund reduction to the tobacco cessation funding mandate contingent on legislation, reducing the funding mandate, and we concur with that recommendation. We will also ask to clarify how we determined the new mandated level of $17.52 million and explain the impact that this reduction will have on tobacco use reduction programs locally and statewide. We'll say that tobacco cessation remains a significant priority for us, but we do not anticipate any negative impact on tobacco use reduction programs as a result of this reduction. We have accomplished significant decreases in tobacco use and estimate that the $17.52 million will be sufficient to maintain its effectiveness and continue to decrease tobacco use in Maryland. Next, related to federal funding rescissions, given the ongoing uncertainty of future funding, FIPA, we are asked to comment on efforts to monitor ongoing changes at the federal level and how we will communicate with grantees. We will note that the federal FY26 Consolidated Appropriations Bill enacted February 3rd, 2026 has largely level funding for the major HHS programs. However, we know that there is continued uncertainty, and we are closely monitoring federal grant funding opportunities and any proposed changes to the existing grant programs, and will continue to prioritize timely communication with grantees. Related to the MADAP program, we're asked to comment on other efforts to spend down the fund balance while ensuring sustainable spending on MADAP programs based on service demand and available revenue. First, we will note that recent federal legislative actions and inactions affecting the Affordable Care Act insurance premium subsidies resulted in an estimated 17% increase in premium costs. So the MADAP expenditures are increasing significantly as compared to FY25, as MADAP has expanded its insurance assistance to ensure no lapse in client care. MADAP will allocate the $46 million in existing fund balances over a 5-year period as both one-time and multi-year investments to improve program data systems, including the new integrated client management data system and patient portal, enhancements to our HIV and sexually transmitted infection prevention programming, and continued sustainability of MADAP services. We next were asked about staffing and to specify how many of the transferred positions are vacant, that positions that were transferred out of FIPA are vacant, as well as plans to fill or abolish long-term vacant positions within FIPA. So as noted in the previous testimony, there are 508 merit FTE positions budgeted in FIPA programs for FY27, which is 33 FTE fewer than what the 541 budgeted in FY26 working appropriations. This change from FY26 to 27 reflects the realignment of 37 positions from FIPA to other programs, and then the realignment of 4 positions into FIPA. Of the 37 positions realigned out of FIPA, 22 are filled and 15 are vacant as of January 31st of this year. We have and continue to prioritize filling mission-critical vacant positions while the hiring freeze exemption is in place, utilizing the hiring freeze exemption process. And we expect to fill all vacant positions after the lifting of the statewide hiring freeze. Then moving on to our Pediatric Cancer Fund, we will comment on plans to release the request for fund proposals and when it will hire the program administrator. And then, as noted, considering that the grant program is supported with the fund balance and does not have ongoing revenue source, we are asked to discuss how grants will be used on a one-time purpose and timing for distributing them. So we expect to release the RFP in November of 26. And based on the recommendations of the commission, they will be distributed for a 24-month award period beginning March of 27. The commission has advised that these one-time awards will have significant impact on time-limited specific research objectives or be leveraged for specific outcomes within larger research initiatives. And then with regard to staffing, we are currently working on identifying someone to fill the program administrator role for this fund. And then finally, we were asked with regards to our WIC program to specify the fund source used to continue distributing benefits during the federal shutdown back in October, and whether the $10 million emergency appropriations was expended in FY26. So we were able to, as noted, remain open and operational by utilizing both prior federal fiscal year funding as allowed by the federal regulations, as well as federal funding provided by the USDA through the shutdown. The $10 million in emergency grant funding was made available not for WIC operations, but rather to purchase and distribute additional food for food banks, local pantries, school pantries, and mobile distribution programs through the Maryland Department of Human Services. That concludes our written testimony, and now we are happy to answer questions.
Thank you so very much. I appreciate you. I will turn to the committee first. Committee members, do you have questions, please? Mr. Stanko.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for the smoking cessation programs facing a budget shortfall, which programs are you thinking about cutting back specifically?
So I think, I mean, first we'll say, right, this is something that we looked at very closely, and I think it's more looking at our overall approach, which is something that we're continuously modifying. So it's not necessarily specific programs, but just working within the budget that we have to continue to do services that, based on the current smoking rates, are much more targeted in reaching those populations that are still disproportionately impacted.
And I know the chair, vice chair has a specific question, but I guess one follow-up to that is, are you thinking about it are you targeting any of what I'm going to call the growth areas of nicotine? Is that kind of the primary goal, or is it like what's your kind of general thoughts there?
Yeah, and Director DiMartino should chime in as well. I will say, in particular, you mentioned targeted areas, youth, electronic smoking devices, right, are two areas that we are very much targeting, as well as looking at data for other disproportionately impacted. But you want to chime in?
Yeah, thank you. I think we particularly are focused in on keeping people from starting using tobacco products, very much so, and then really understanding that there's a landscape or an ecosystem of all of this. So there's with electronic smoking devices, we were just talking today about there's a new device that's just air to get you off of the electronic smoking device that you got onto to get off of cigarettes. So there's a constant evolution, and we're very much involved in what that landscape is and understanding where we need to target initiatives as that evolution happens.
Okay, thank you. I think it's a good lead for your focus
Thank
area.
you. Thank you. I actually wanted to have a follow-up for that. What I'm seeing a lot of as not only in the community, but as a mother and just out everywhere, I didn't know what it was, but they were setting up shop everywhere. ZYN. So what work has the agency done to look at the use of nicotine pouches like ZYN, for which I felt like I needed to do an entire research project? It was just like popped up. It was at concerts. They had huge tents everywhere where they were truly pushing their product. Or even in the, so what are you potentially looking at these pouches? Or even in the general population, what methods could be used to reduce adoption or usage at all. The research from the Tobacco Epidemic Evaluation Network shows use quadrupling between 22 and 25 among young adults. So can you shed any light on that for me?
Sure. As I mentioned, it is this constant evolving landscape of products. ZYN in particular, I mean, it is being promoted, or smokeless nicotine pouches are being promoted as an opportunity for adults who are in situations where they are in non-smoking areas. So if you go to an O's game, no more smoking session, put a little pouch under your gums, good to go. The issue, of course, is the youth issue. So really understanding that we want to keep folks off of tobacco to start with, and really understanding that there are these delivery modes that we need to address. So we are looking into it. We are aware of this evolution, and we are continuing to engage with all of our partners, particularly our youth and community partners, to do that prevention work.
Excellent. Thank you so very much. Just as last year, while you all were presenting, I did see that we have a brand-new acting secretary of the CDC, who's also in charge of the NIH, and one is in Bethesda and one is in Atlanta. So that should be as interesting as all of the other breaking news. I have another question regarding the Immigration and Refugee Health Program, please. We're in some unprecedented times. We're seeing healthcare resources and services being severely reduced for our immigrant neighbors and refugee populations in our state. We see there's a $7.4 million reduction in reimbursable funds for the Immigrant Health Program and Refugee Health Program. Can you shed some light on the impact this has on immigrants in Maryland and accessing health care, which always adds to the public health for all of us?
Yeah, I think, so first, specific to that fund, which is related to what our Office of Refugee and Resettlement eligible populations. So this is federal funding that we get for populations that are eligible for Office of Refugee and Resettlement funding. This is defined at the federal level, and we have seen both changes to that definition as well as a significant decrease in individuals that are coming in through whether it's refugee or refugee eligible populations. And so the funding that we see, the decrease in funding is based on that. This is something though we are still working very closely on as we recognize first that there are many refugee eligible or ORR eligible individuals still in our state. And we are able to provide benefits to them for a large amount of time. And so we're working closely, including with our Department of Human Services colleagues, on ensuring those continue. I think the broader point that you bring up, though, about access to services for all Marylanders, including our immigrant population, is an incredible top priority for us, and then one that we're working across all bureaus within FIPA, and as well as all bureaus across the department to make sure that we are doing everything we can.
Thank you so much. It's a relief to hear. Thank you. All right, so I'd like to, oh, do we have, okay. Mr. Heinbaugh, I apologize, I can't see your light, but I'm hearing that your light is on, so please take it away.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm curious, on page 5 of the DLS analysis, it talks about the high rate of tobacco use among teenagers. And it specifically talks about electronic smoking devices, but embedded in that, it says that, I think it says 14% of all high schoolers and 5% of all middle schoolers have used ESDs in 24. But in that bar chart and that graph, is smokeless tobacco, is that embedded in those figures, or do you not count smokeless tobacco, or is smokeless tobacco not chewing tobacco? It's not a problem anymore, or is maybe it's just a part of the state that I'm from where it seems to still be popular.
Still a thing. I'm not quite sure, but we can get back to you exactly where smokeless tobacco is in there.
I mean, I think we can say it definitely is something that we are looking at and monitoring. Whether or not, I think for this exact chart, how the question was phrased and what data it's collecting, I'm not sure, but we will get back to you on what data we do have available.
If you could get back, I'm just curious about what's the trend with smokeless tobacco. Is it increased? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Heinbaugh. I apologize again. I can't see your light. I can see your light. Delegate McCaskill, and my dear friend, would you like to go next?
Please.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Hello again. Good to see you all. So I need to put back my glasses on my face, and I'm referring to page 9, and it's about the substance use disorder recovery for pregnant and parenting women. On page 9, DLS analysis, I see that it's about approximately 8.9 million increase in the budget due to a transfer of programs from BHA to provide substance use disorder recovery services for pregnant women and parenting women. Can you explain the use of the, can you explain to us the reason for the program transfer under your purview?
I think that this is, and Director DiMartino should add in, but I know that our Maternal Child Health Bureau in particular and our Behavioral Health Administration work hand in hand on programs, and I think that there's a lot of collaboration and coordination of services, and then I think based on specific priorities and specific ways that programs are done, where the funding actually sits, varies, but the collaboration has remained, and I know this has remained a priority for us, but do you want to add anything more specific?
So this is a portfolio of what has been called gender-specific services that very much was working with women around substance use. Given the situation with maternal mortality and many of the issues that pregnant Marylanders are facing, and substance use being such a high prevalence for the issues that do result, we brought that program was brought to the Maternal Child Health Bureau so that we could leverage both the resources of that program, but also weave it into this fuller tapestry as we're building out the women's health plan, as we have our data dashboard on all of those things going on. We wanted to make sure that these specific activities addressing substance use among pregnant women were really brought home, if you will, into the Maternal and Child Health Bureau.
Nice, thank you so much, Madam Vice Chair. One more bite at the apple, thank you. So what strategies are you all taking to oversee these programs for vulnerable populations in need of treatment and support?
I feel like every strategy
Okay.
that we are undertaking is
As you
really
take a deep
about,
breath.
I mean, I think this is the essence of public health, is the fact that we exist because we are undertaking these strategies and everything we do for vulnerable populations. I think if the health system worked the way it was intended, there wouldn't be vulnerable populations. And so our efforts are all really directed, data-driven, resource-aware, but really working towards those folks who are not getting the same impact that we want to see.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your response.
Thank you so much. I have a few other questions. How do you promote greater understanding of the situations in which individuals should seek care at a hospital emergency room, hospital emergency department versus an urgent care, like patient first?
That's a really good question, and I think
it's my job.
something that I know, right, as a physician, that's something I think we think about a lot. I think first and foremost, it goes without saying, but I feel as public health to say it, that our goal is to keep people out of either, right? So our cancer and chronic disease prevention is really focused on that first and foremost, and making sure, A, we're preventing disease, but B, also linkage to a primary care and a medical home, so that again, we're minimizing those. I think the second is really engaging with our providers, with our community partners, and directly with the community to really get those messages out there. It is hard to have a very clear, in this case you do one, and in this case you do the other, because so much of it is subjective. But I think, A, by minimizing how often it's needed to be used, encouraging the medical home, and then working with providers and community-based organizations to have some level of guidelines, that's how we're trying to do that.
Excellent, thank you. So let's move over to the Pediatric Cancer Fund, please. In the past year, we've seen vast cuts in federal funding for pediatric for everything, but also even for pediatric cancer research. Our state has the Maryland Pediatric Cancer Fund. I see that MDH has budgeted $2.5 million to be released in FY27. As I understand it, the request for proposals process has been delayed, releasing the funds for pediatric cancer research and treatment. So how has allowing private entities to apply for these funds impacted the timing of releasing millions of dollars for pediatric cancer research and treatment?
So I think first I think it's important to acknowledge that we are aware of the delay, and it's something that we have been talking about. And I think as we I said earlier, really committed to getting the funds out as quickly as possible. I know first and foremost, we worked hard to set up the commission, right, to help develop the recommendations for the awards. And I know that took some time. I think to your point about what entities are eligible, that has been something that I know we've been working through, and I think are looking, and even in this legislative session, to help address that, to make sure that the right entities are able to apply.
Great, thank you. Committee, do we have any other questions? Wonderful. Well, thank you so very much.
Thank you.
All right, we have some folks who are here to testify, and we'll call a few up for expediency at the same time. From University of Maryland, Baltimore, Tufik Awankoko, Lauren Hale from the American Heart Association, and Lance Kilpatrick, ACS-CAN. Whenever you are settled, please identify yourself, whoever's ready first, and go ahead. As a reminder, each person has 2 minutes as soon as you begin.
All right. Thank you so much to the committee. I'm Taufik Owanikoko. I'm the director for the Gunebam Comprehensive Cancer Center at the University of Maryland. Members of the subcommittee, it's a great honor to be speaking with you today and to thank you for your continued support of our institutions through the Signet Restitution Fund. I'm very privileged to lead a superb cancer center, which owes its existence to the consistent 20-plus years of support from the state of Maryland through the CRF program. The fiscal year 27 budget released by the governor preserves the CRF appropriation to the University of Maryland. We want to thank the committee, the General Assembly, the Madam Secretary, and Governor Westmore for the continued support of the two leading academic cancer centers in the state of Maryland. As an NCI comprehensive cancer center, the CRF investment has allowed us to build the infrastructure and to have the group of faculty necessary for us to compete externally for federal funding. Over the past many years, we've grown our external funding from $19.4 million per year to more than $120 million as of 2024. In addition, the support of CRF enables our center to train the next generation of cancer scientists, starting with students from schools in our neighborhood, West Baltimore, across the state. We've also provided screening for tens of thousands of uninsured and underinsured citizens in Baltimore, saving many lives. In fact, we've screened more than 40,000 such people. There are many ways to measure the impact of CRF on the state and on our institution. I would just highlight one. The strategic investment of CRF in cancer led to dramatic improvement in cancer mortality across the state of Maryland, moving us from the dead last in the nation as of 1990 to 12th best in the nation when it comes to cancer mortality in 2021. There are more than 120,000 Marylanders who are cancer survivors today due to the investment of CRF at our institution and in our people. On behalf of these survivors, who are your relatives, your colleagues, your constituents, please accept our thanks and share our pride in the accomplishment of the CRF. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Who would like to go next?
I'm just the Deputy Director, Stuart Martin of the Greenbaum Cancer Center. I'm just here to help answer questions.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
And I am Associate Director for Population Science, here to support the Director of Cancer Center.
Great. Does any committee members have questions? No? Okay. Would you like to go? Please identify yourself for the record.
Thank you. No worries. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Laura Hale. I'm the Director of Government Relations with the Heart Association. And we're deeply concerned about the funding for tobacco control that is continuing to be cut. When we look at the great work the health department has done, they've done a yeoman's job at cutting adult tobacco use in the state. But where there continues to need to be work, and as has already been mentioned, the industry continues to be creative at addicting our young people and our young adults, is that for the first time in recent memory, the high school tobacco use rate is now above the adult smoking rate in the state of Maryland. We're at almost 16% of our high schoolers that will attest that they are using tobacco products. And for once, we're going backwards in this space. And so with continual cuts to this program, we're very concerned as we look at things around like enforcement. So the checks that happen that the health department funds and gives funds to our local health departments to go to stores to make sure that they're not selling to people under 21. And other compliance of wonderful laws that you all have passed. With these cuts, we're really concerned on what's this going to mean for enforcement? What is it going to mean to make sure that people have what they need to quit using these products? And we're working with the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Cannabis Commission, because one of the things that's been raised is that we're actually having issues with collecting the electronic smoking devices tax throughout the state. That tax is a sales tax, and what has been found by the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Cannabis Commission is that a large proportion of our retailers are not properly collecting it. So instead of doing that higher tax, they're only doing maybe 6% on these products instead of the higher 20. And so we have one bill that's working through finance, which will help to address some licensing concerns that may help with that problem, but that's not the only solution, and we need proper enforcement, and that means that the health department needs all the funding you all have put in there to be able to do their work. So we ask that they do not continue to cut. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Just one more check really quickly for this panel. Right. Does anybody have questions for this panel? One more check. I want to thank you all for the work that you do, not just for Maryland, for medical research, and all of your advocacy. Thank you so very much. So very appreciative. And now that makes room for Lance. Whenever you're ready, friend.
I guess I'll get the middle chair here. Very nice. Madam Chair, members of the subcommittee, for the record, my name is Lance Kilpatrick. I am the Government Relations Director for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, and I appreciate the opportunity to work with you today. This year, an estimated 38,160 Marylanders are going to hear the words, "You have cancer," including nearly 4,000 diagnosed with lung cancer. And sadly, this year, more than 2,100 Marylanders are going to die from lung cancer. These numbers represent families, parents, spouses, and children, and they remind us why prevention and early detection are so important. We appreciate the administration maintaining funding for the Breast and Cervical Cancer Early Detection Program and supporting cancer research at UMMS and Johns Hopkins. And we respectfully encourage the General Assembly to maintain, if not even increase, those investments. However, like my colleague from the American Heart Association said, we're deeply concerned about the continued reductions in tobacco cessation and use prevention funding programs. Last year, funding was cut by $5.7 million. This year, an additional $1.58 million reduction is proposed. Now, the curious thing is that last year, MDH stated in their response that it, quote, does not anticipate, or this year I should say, does not anticipate any negative impact tobacco use program funding. However, yet last year, the department warned similar reductions would greatly compromise its ability to reduce tobacco use statewide, particularly harming local health departments. Another near 10% cut that makes this claim makes it very hard to reconcile, right? Maryland has made progress, there's no doubt about that, but warning signs are emerging. Youth vaping has stalled instead of declining. High school cigar use has increased between 2021 and 2022, and we look forward to getting the latest statistics. Meanwhile, tobacco companies continue to spend roughly $95 million annually in Maryland marketing. The CDC has estimated that best practice spending on tobacco prevention and cessation funding should be $48 million. Every dollar spent on tobacco prevention and use programs yields $55 in return costs that reduce healthcare costs. We recognize they're hard decisions, and we appreciate your consideration of this. Thank you again for letting me speak today and letting me have the middle seat.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Lance, could I ask you just to say those, how much money is targeted at the very end of your testimony? And there was a little bit of a buzz, so I wanted to make sure it was on the record. How much money is spent in Maryland in just advertising, I believe you said?
Yes, so Big Tobacco spends on average $95 million annually in Maryland marketing their products.
Thank you. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes the hearing for MDH Prevention and Health Promotion Administration. Next, we will move on to DHS Administration. And we have Connor Brown joining us. Thank you so much. Whenever you're settled, you can go ahead and begin.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Members, good afternoon. My name is Connor Brown, Policy Analyst with the Department of Legislative Services, here to present the fiscal 2027 budget analysis for the Department of Human Services, or DHS, administration. To begin, on page 1 of the analysis, the fiscal 2027 budget for DHS administration decreases by $125.3 million, or 35.6%, to $227.1 million. This decrease is primarily driven by the transfer of the Maryland Benefits, formerly named MD Think, Shared Platform and Eligibility and Enrollment, or E&E application, to the Department of Information Technology, DO-IT. Excluding Maryland benefits, DHS administration's fiscal 2027 allowance increases by $1.6 million compared to the fiscal 26 working appropriation after accounting for proposed efficiency appropriations. On pages 2 and 3 are summaries of key observations and recommended actions, which will be discussed in more detail throughout the analysis. Additionally, pages 4 and 5 provide descriptions of the programs included in DHS administration for reference. At the bottom of page 5 and onto page 6, the performance analysis section begins with Exhibit 1, measuring cases assessed by the Citizens Review Board for Children, or CRBC, where children in out-of-home placements receive appropriate educational or health services. There was little change in these measures in fiscal 2025. After increasing from 62% in fiscal 22 to 79% in fiscal 23, the percentage of cases where children receive appropriate educational services remained steady in fiscal 2024 and fell 1 percentage point in fiscal 25. For cases where children receive appropriate physical and mental health services, performance increased from 42% in fiscal 21 to 46% in fiscal 23, where it also remained in fiscal 24. In fiscal 2025, performance decreased by 3% to 43%. The percentage of out-of-home placement reports that are submitted within 15 days of CRBC's review has increased substantially since falling to 52% in fiscal 2021, reaching 98% in fiscal 24, and decreasing 1 percentage point in fiscal 2025 to 97%. On page 7, DHS administration has 2 proposed fiscal 2026 deficiency appropriations totaling $10.2 million. The largest totals $6.8 million and is for the Constituent Services Call Center. However, this contract is also funded in other parts of DHS, and on net, proposed deficiencies decrease funding for this contract by $16.8 million. Additional discussion on this contract is in the proposed budget change section, which I'll get to shortly. The other proposed deficiency would provide $3.4 million for a new EBT vendor and system modernization contract with Fidelity, which I will also get to later. Moving to page 8, Exhibit 2 shows an overview of agency spending in fiscal 2027. Approximately 47% of the allowance funds personnel, supporting 806.5 regular positions and 3.3 contractual positions. Maryland benefits comprises 13% of the fiscal 2027 allowance, primarily supporting the Child, Juvenile, and Adult Management System, CJAMS, and the Child Support Management System, or CSMS, applications. On page 9, Exhibit 3 outlines line item changes in the fiscal 2027 allowance compared to fiscal 2026. As discussed earlier, the primary drivers of the $125 million decrease are within Maryland benefits due to the transfer of the shared platform and E&E application to do it. Additionally, expenses for CJAMS and CSMS decreased by $6.9 million and $8.7 million, respectively. These decreases are partially offset by personnel expenses, which increased by $14.1 million, primarily due to increases in salary and fringe benefit costs. Continuing on pages 10 and 11 is a discussion of the Constituent Services Call Center contract. As discussed in the proposed deficiency section, proposed deficiencies would decrease the fiscal 2026 appropriation for the call center contract by $16.8 million, bringing it to $41.6 million. However, this is still significantly higher than DHS's estimated contract costs of $17.7 million in fiscal 2026. Despite an overall decrease, the proposed deficiency in DHS administration would add $7.5 million to the fiscal 2026 appropriation, utilizing funds from the Electronic Universal Services Program ratepayer surcharge, even though the surcharge is already at the statutory maximum level of collections. The Department of Legislative Services recommends deleting the $7.5 million deficiency for call center services that utilize special funds from the Electric Universal Services Program ratepayer surcharge at a level that exceeds the statutory maximum level of collections. Additionally, DLS will recommend deleting the $1.9 million special fund deficiency in the Child Support Administration in the analysis for the Child Support Administration to more closely align with DHS's projected expenditures. As shown in Exhibit 4 on page 11, while the fiscal 2027 allowance for the call center contract is significantly lower than fiscal 2026, the $28.3 million included is still almost $10 million higher than DHS's projected contract costs. While DHS has indicated that the estimated cost for the call center does not include planned enhancements like the implementation of AI chatbots and virtual agents, DHS has not explained how it estimated costs for these enhancements or why they cannot be accommodated in fiscal 2026, where budgeted funds for the call center exceed DHS estimates of contract costs by almost $24 million after accounting for the proposed efficiencies. DLS recommends reducing DHS's fiscal 2027 appropriation by $6.8 million to bring the allowance for the Constituent Services Call Center more in line with DHS's projected need. This reduction includes the deletion of $3.4 million in special funds from the Universal Services Benefit Program. These recommended fund reductions for fiscal 26 and 27 would still leave budgeted amounts for call center expenses at $14.5 million and $3.2 million above DHS's estimated contract costs, respectively, for those years. On page 12 is the personnel section. In October of 2025, the Board of Public Works approved the abolition of 502.7 positions statewide, including 170.7 vacant positions and 332 positions associated with the voluntary separation program. In DHS administration, 19 positions were abolished, of which 6 were vacant and 13 were due to the voluntary separation program. The fiscal 2027 allowance shows a net increase of 73.53 positions within DHS administration. However, DHS indicates that these positions have simply been realigned between functions to properly reflect the programs where the positions are located. As of December 31st, 2025, DHS administration had 60 vacant positions. Of those 60, 7 positions within the Division of Budget, Finance, and Personnel had been vacant more than 1 year. DHS should comment on plans to fill vacant positions, including the 7 positions within the Division of Budget, Finance, and Personnel that had been vacant more than 1 year. On page 14, the issues section begins with the transfer of Maryland benefits to DoIT, starting with descriptions for the platform and the applications it supports. Over the last several years, Maryland Benefits has experienced numerous issues, including project delays, cost overruns, and the withdrawal of the Department of Juvenile Services from participation in CJAMs, which have been discussed in audits by the Office of Legislative Audits, or OLA, as well as previous analyses. In an effort to focus on the core technology and identify efficiencies for the platform, in June of 2025, the Board of Public Works approved a reimbursable fund amendment to support the transfer of Maryland benefits to DoIT, which became effective July 1st, 2025, and is discussed on page 15. All personnel and operating expenses associated with Maryland benefits were transferred to DoIT. This transfer means that DoIT is now responsible for day-to-day operations of Maryland benefits, as well as the E&E application, which is supported by both DHS and the Maryland Department of Health. Applications that are solely used by DHS, which are CJAMs and CSMS, were to remain with DHS. However, DHS has since reported that operational duties for CJAMs and CSMS are still integrated with Maryland Benefits shared platform. According to a DHS analysis, it found that extracting CJAMs and CSMS from Maryland Benefits too quickly would put the applications at risk of operational failure. DHS does report that they have developed a roadmap to separate the applications by June 30th, 2026. DHS should comment on any impacts of the continued integration of operational duties on application development and maintenance, and the roadmap for separating the applications. Additionally, DHS should comment on any programmatic impacts, as well as how the agency is ensuring ongoing development needs are prioritized for these applications during this period of operational overlap. On page 16, Exhibit 5 outlines Maryland benefits program expenditures in DHS from fiscal 2025 through the fiscal 2027 allowance. Excluding personnel, which were previously budgeted in other programs in DHS, the fiscal 2027 allowance for Maryland benefits is $30 million, which is about an 80% decrease from the fiscal 2026 working appropriation. While both the shared platform and E&E were transferred to DO-IT, DHS's fiscal 2027 allowance does include $5.2 million in contractual expenses under the shared platform, primarily for software licenses. Additionally, DHS's fiscal 2027 allowance includes $12.8 million in contractual services for CJAMs, as well as $11.4 million for CSMS. Committee narrative in the 2025 Joint Chairman's Report, or JCR, requested that DHS submit a report on the costs, implementation progress, and long-term sustainability of what was then named MD-Think. This report was submitted on February 2nd of this year. In this report, DHS outlined estimated annual costs for operations and maintenance for the individual applications under Maryland benefits. For CSMS, DHS estimates $6.5 million in yearly operating and maintenance costs, which is $4.9 million lower than DHS's fiscal 2027 allowance for CSMS. For CJAMs, DHS estimates $6.4 million in yearly operating and maintenance costs, which is half of DHS's $12.8 million in the fiscal 2027 allowance. In this JCR response, DHS does list several planned enhancements and improvements for the applications that do not have estimated completion dates until fiscal 2027, meaning that some costs will likely be incurred in fiscal 2027. However, DHS has not provided explanations for CJAMs and CSMS fiscal 2027 allowance amounts outside of what was in the submitted report. DLS recommends reducing DHS's fiscal 2027 allowance by $5.5 million to better align the appropriation for CJAMs and CSMS with DHS's projected need as stated in its submitted report. The appropriation after this action would be $5.5 million above DHS estimates for annual operating and maintenance costs for those applications. On page 18, Issue 2 discusses the theft of EBT benefits, which include SNAP food benefits as well as cash benefits like TCA. Chapters 171 and 172 require DHS to automatically restore lost benefits if a DHS investigation shows that a household's benefits were lost due to theft. From October of 2022 to December 20th of 2024, the federal government provided reimbursement for SNAP benefits that were lost due to theft. Beginning December 21st of 2024, these costs are solely paid by the state. The cost of these benefit restorations has varied significantly. In fiscal 2024, replacement costs were around $18 million before falling to $12 million in fiscal 2025. The fiscal 2026 working appropriation, after accounting for proposed efficiency appropriations, provides $12.3 million for this purpose. More information about benefit replacement costs and future projections will be found in the budget analysis for DHS's Family Investment Administration. In August of 2024, the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Food and Nutrition Service, which funds SNAP, published new guidelines that for the first time allow state SNAP agencies to issue EBT cards with EuroPay, MasterCard, and Visa, EMV technology, which are often referred to as chip-enabled cards. These cards have been found to significantly reduce theft in credit and debit cards. In October of 2025, the Board of Public Works approved a new EBT contract with Fidelity that will make Maryland the second state after California to implement EBT cards with EMV technology. The total contract cost of around $38 million over 10 years is significantly lower than DHS's previous EBT card contract with Conduent. Additionally, while the precise impact of switching EBT cards on stolen benefits will not be known for some time, in January of this year, California reported an 83% decrease in stolen benefits between January of 2024 and November of 2025 that the state has attributed to a combination of the EBT card switch as well as other security enhancements that the state has made. DHS's fiscal 2027 allowance appropriates $4.8 million for EBT replacement costs, a 60% decrease from fiscal 2026 that is primarily attributed to the new cards. DHS should comment on the progress of switching EBT cards to the new chip-enabled cards. Moving to page 19, Issue 3 discusses repeat audit findings in DHS. In February 2025, the Office of Legislative Audits, or OLA, published a fiscal compliance audit of DHS's local department operations. OLA identified 4 findings, including a redacted cybersecurity finding. Of the other 3 findings, all were repeat findings, and all involved deficiencies in local departments of social services, or LDSS, policies and controls. Each of these findings has been repeated in audits going back to at least 2009. A review of the most recent audit of each LDSS as of February 2024 that was conducted by OLA counted 221 total findings reported by DHS's Office of the Inspector General, including 70 repeat findings. Language in the fiscal 2024 budget bill restricted $100,000 in general funds, pending a report on the department's efforts to improve oversight of LDSS to ensure compliance with state law and regulations and DHS policy, as well as to improve oversight of procurement processes and the steps that LDSSs are taking to resolve repeat audit findings. While DHS did submit detail on actions taken, those measures did not prevent repeat audit findings from appearing again in the February 2025 audit. A separate audit conducted by OLA was also released in February of 2025 and involved DHS's Office of the Secretary and related units. This audit found that DHS did not ensure that appropriate corrective actions were implemented to address prior findings and audits of DHS units. Specifically, OLA found that of the most recent fiscal compliance audits of DHS units, 17 of 26 findings were repeated. DHS should comment on the progress made in addressing repeat findings identified by OLA. On page 20, Exhibit 4 discusses DHS unresponsiveness, specifically during the 2025 closeout process and through the end of calendar 2025. This section includes examples of delayed or unanswered requests made by DLS. While DHS has attempted to be more responsive to DLS requests this year, required reports are still not consistently submitted on time or with requests for extensions when delayed. For example, the report on MD Think discussed in Issue 1 was requested to be submitted on December 1st of 2025, but was not submitted until February 2nd of 2026. On pages 21 and 22 is a list of operating budget recommended actions. In addition to the recommended actions discussed earlier, DLS recommends adding language to the general fund appropriation, restricting $750,000 in the Office of the Secretary until DHS submits a report detailing assistance payments program spending, foster care maintenance spending, TANF revenues, expenditures, and ending balance, and special and federal fund sources of expenditures by program for fiscal 2026. The report should also include explanations of general fund reversions and special, federal, and reimbursable fund cancellations by program. DLS recommends requesting the report be submitted by September 30th of 2026. With that, I conclude my presentation, and I am happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brown, for your very thorough and excellent analysis. Delegate Ruff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sir, thank you so much. The children receiving appropriate care, Is that a program within DHS?
Yes.
And-
So,
Go ahead.
yeah, so the Children's Review Board for Children, or the Citizens Review Board for Children, conducts assessments of cases where children are in out-of-home placements, and then offers recommendations to LDSS. So these are the percentage of cases reviewed by the Citizens Review Board for Children, where children in out-of-home placement cases have received those
How is
services.
that program reflected in the DHS budget?
The Citizens Review Board for Children, I would have to get back to you on exactly where that is. I can do
Okay.
that.
And as to the proposed budget language, how often have you had to recommend that amount of withholding from a department?
I am not entirely sure. I know last year for DHS administration, that amount was $500,000.
Have you ever made that recommendation before of 750,000?
I personally have not.
Okay. Thank you.
Excellent. Any other questions? No? Okay, thank you so much. We'll invite DHS admin to come on down. You're the next contestant on HSS appropriations hearings. And as soon as you're settled, please identify yourself for the record. And I'm sure you have an order for which you would like to proceed, so you all can go ahead when you're settled and ready. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, members of the subcommittee. My name is Webster Yee. I serve as the Chief of Staff for the Maryland Department of Human Services. I'm joined right to writer by Gloria Brown Burnett, our Deputy Secretary for Operations, Roman Napoli, our Chief Financial Officer, and Dan Waite, our Deputy Secretary for Talent and Customer Experience. First, I just wanted to introduce Ms. Brown Burnett to the committee. She will be our interim secretary as of Monday. Within her portfolio, she's got procurement, administrative operations, IT, and then between her and Dan, they share oversight of our local offices. In addition, Deputy Secretary Brown Burnett served as the director of the Prince George's County Department of Social Services for a number of years prior to coming up to be Deputy Secretary. In addition to thanking the Governor and the Department of Budget and Management for the fiscally responsible and strategically targeted FY 2027 budget, and Connor Brown, our DOS analyst, for his assistance and analysis of the DHS administration budget, I'd like to take a moment to briefly acknowledge members of our leadership team that are in the audience, including Calvert County Director of Social Services, Melinda Baldwin, as well as Pat McLaughlin, the Executive Director of Maryland Benefits, who joins us from DoIT. Team DHS consists of nearly 6,000 employees across the state. Our 24 local departments of social services administer 80% of all activities in our $3.8 billion budget, of which almost 70% is federally funded. We serve more than 1 million Marylanders, helping empower them to unlock opportunities for themselves and their families. When we began this work 3 years ago, we knew we had to rebuild trust and modernize the system that had fallen behind for years. And that is precisely what we have done, to change in 3 years what has been deeply broken. We are building one DHS that works for Marylanders. We've reset systematically the relationships with our 24 local departments and empowered them to better serve customers through clear direction, resolute support, and customer experience standards. We've also rebuilt our internal administrative teams and functions with a particular focus on our Office of Budget and Finance. And we're continuing to rebuild DHS to deliver for customers, lowering our staff vacancy rates, and focusing on filling positions that improve service. In addition, we're making meaningful reforms that tackle long-standing problems. In July 2025, the Governor announced the launch of the Maryland Benefits One application, a mobile-friendly tool that helps eligible Marylanders apply for vital benefits. This has not been done before in Maryland. That's how monumental this item was. The One application makes it easier to apply in one place for Medicaid, SNAP, temporary assistance for needy families, or in Maryland, temporary cash assistance, and women, infant, and children's services, as well as home energy assistance benefits, all from a single application at any computer or mobile device. This application was the result of 2.5 years of work, both in rebuilding MD Think and in aligning applications that had previously taken hours to fill out at different state offices to just minutes. Marylanders have completed over 302,000 applications for vital benefits using the one application since July. Over 65% of users have reported that it was very easy or easy to use, and 57% of the applicants have completed the application on their phone. The one application joins the launch of our eligibility for benefits screener from 2024 in being one of the leaders in the nation for serving our customers and reducing barriers to access critically needed services. As part of this continued evolution, the DHS MD Think platform was administratively transferred on July 1st of last year to the Maryland Department of Information Technology and renamed Maryland Benefits. We continue to partner at every level with DoIT, the Maryland Department of Health, the Health Benefit Exchange, and other state agency partners to make system improvements to the state's enrollment and eligibility system. As part of this administrative transition, DHS will maintain and continue the development of the Child, Juvenile, and Adult Management System and the Child Support Management System, CSMS. We have spent 2025 and will continue in 2026 to strengthen our internal project management expertise and have planned out projects and critical system improvements 18 to 24 months in advance. For example, we are on target to implement the electronic health passport this summer after the procurement was approved in December by the Board of Public Works. We are also taking the hard work to procure and implement a new procure-to-pay system in 2025 that will take effect in July 2026. This system, OpenGov, will be used while we await the statewide new and improved eMaryland Marketplace Advantage and Financial Management Information System upgrades. Beginning this summer, all agreements with more than $50,000 statewide and across all local jurisdictions will be started, tracked, and invoices approved for payment in one central location. This end-to-end tracking will not be perfect. We have a phased implementation plan, but our intention is to use this system in conjunction with our new budget processes to have automated, detailed, reconcilable quarterly and eventually monthly expenditures that will ensure fiscal accountability statewide. I'll now turn it over to my colleague Dan Wade.
Thank you, Webster. Madam Chairman, members of the subcommittee, my name is Daniel Waite, and I serve as the Deputy Secretary for Talent and Customer Experience at the Department of Human Services. As Mr. Yee said, we have been undergoing a number of years of transition to rebuild the Department of Human Services. In 2023, I had the privilege of testifying before this subcommittee to talk about, at that time, what were excessive vacancy rates across our department. During that testimony, we talked about our roadmap to bring DHS back from the brink of the vacancies that had been caused by, quite honestly, the overly and unnecessarily long hiring freeze as a result of the COVID pandemic. Our results speak for themselves. On January 1st, 2023, our vacancy rate across the entire department was 15.2%. As of February 11th of 2026, we have reduced that to 7.16%, an overall decrease of over 8%, 8 percentage points. I want to specifically highlight a few of the successes that we've seen as we have made these changes across the department. These changes are not just focused on one small area of the department, they are a broad cross-section. So since January of 2023, DHS has hired nearly 200 new family investment specialist caseworkers and supervisors. At the peak of the hiring freeze, and the peak of our vacancies in April of 2022, our vacancy rate in those positions was 19.4%. As we sit here today, the vacancy rate is 4.62%. And since February of 2025, that vacancy rate has been lower than has been at 5% or lower. So we have stabilized at those rates. One of the impacts of having these positions filled has been what we have seen as a significant reduction in the SNAP error rates throughout the department, decreasing from about 35% to around 13% today. In our Social Services Administration, our peak vacancy rate was at 17%. It now sits at about 6%. Most importantly in social services, we have increased the overall team experience by nearly 2 years from the period November of 2022 to today. So what that tells us is not only are we filling the positions, but people are staying. People are lending their valuable experience to us and to the people that we serve and staying within the department. We have continued to rebuild a state government in a responsible and fiscal way. With the 2026 hiring freeze, we were blessed to have most of our customer service facing positions exempted from the hiring freeze, but one group of positions that was not exempted was our child support specialists. We advocated to have those positions included, and they are included today. So 63% of the positions within our department are exempted from the hiring freeze so we can continue to do the valuable work that we do for the citizens of Maryland. I do want to thank the Governor's Office and the Department of Budget and Management for their assistance in helping us through the voluntary separation program this past summer and the reduction of long-term vacant PINs. We are managing that and so far have not skipped a beat with those reductions. I want to now turn to another extraordinarily important part of our customer service, customer experience culture, both internally and externally, which is our training culture. We are extraordinarily proud of the fact that as a department, we are the #1, and it's not even close, user of Maryland's statewide LMS system. We take up about 75% of the entire bandwidth on that system. Our focus is ensuring that our staff, those people that we have now brought in and we are now retaining, are able to provide exceptional customer service, customer experience to the people we serve, both internally and externally. One of our great successes over the last year was the implementation of our customer experience training, which was called Cultivating Connection. As of today, virtually every member of the DHS team has gone through that training, which empowers people to take on the spirit of being a change maker and understanding that the things that they do are not just tasks. The things that they do have people connected to them, no matter what they do within our department. Finally, I want to talk about the customer service call center. It's another one of those fun memories that I have in 2021, getting to sit before, I believe it was a joint committee at that time, to talk about what was, quite honestly, an atrocious level of performance in our customer call center at that time. We had 20% of calls being answered. We had wait times in excess of an hour, and fundamentally, the system, the call center, was broken. Taking that and moving forward to 2023 and understanding that we had made progress, but it was not enough, we created a full complex RFP solicited bids, and selected a vendor for that contract in about 8 months. We then built from the ground up a new customer service call center and implemented it on time and on budget in about 6 months. From that period, we have been steadily improving the performance of that call center, and as we sit here today, 90% of calls on average are being answered with under a minute and a half call wait time. So Marylanders are being served at 40,000 Marylanders a month on average by that customer service call center. We believe, as we talk about the funding for the call center, that we have to continue to keep the foot on the gas, that we have to continue to improve our customer service center, because we believe as you call customer service centers for your airline, for your bank, for your hotel, you get an exceptional service that is state-of-the-edge technology, and the people who are calling us, our customers, deserve exactly the same thing. And that's only going to be done with continued investment in what we've already built. With that, I'm going to turn to the responses to the DLS analysis. On deleting the FY26 $7.5 million special funds deficiency for the customer call center and the $1.9 million child support fund deficiency on page 10 of the DLS analysis, we respectfully do not concur. These are technical adjustments that are necessary to accurately reflect the customer call center's contract. We worked with the Department of Budget and Management on this process for FY26 and 27. So essentially, we're realigning the cost centers. These fund realignments that corrected these cost center issues saw some programs increase their funding to the call center and others decrease it. Again, realigning the balance of the funding sources and the funding streams to make sure that the call center, which touches every aspect of our department, is being funded correctly. Similarly, regarding the analysis on page 12 of DLS, recommended a reduction of the FY 2027 appropriation by $6.8 million, including $3.4 million in EUSP special funds. We again respectfully do not concur with this recommendation. Cutting the budget for the vendor contract risks impacting critical state services to our customers, and frankly, going backwards from where we currently are with our customer call center. I want to turn now to the DHS plan to fill vacant positions. Now, as I outlined, we're doing that. We've been doing that. We will continue to do that. For the actual positions that were identified in the DLS analysis as being more than a year old within the administration budget, there were 12 positions that were identified, 7 of those within the Office of Budget, Finance, and Personnel. I can report to you that today that 6 of those 7 that were identified in that group have been filled, and that all of the other positions are actively being recruited for, just as we are doing across the department, and we expect them to be filled within 60 to 90 days. In addition to that, part of that group of positions in budget, finance, and personnel was a group that was completely rebuilding, and our CFO, Roman Napoli, completely rebuilding his Office of Budget and Finance. Over the past 3 months, we've essentially recruited a new leadership team in that Office of Budget and Finance, including turn the page too soon. Including a chief financial officer, a budget director, a deputy budget director for budget operations, a deputy budget director for cost allocations and revenue management, a senior accounting management, and a payroll lead. So again, our focus continues to be on undoing the damage that was done from the personnel side of things, through that unnecessarily long hiring freeze. We hope that the current hiring freeze is short and does not do significant damage. And with that, I'm going to hand things over to Gloria Brown-Burnett to touch on other DLS responses.
Thank you, Dan. Good afternoon. I'm Gloria Brown-Burnett, Deputy Secretary for Operations, and as of Monday, Interim Director. So pray for me.
Secretary.
I'm Secretary. Sorry. I'm going to speak first on the continued integration of Maryland Benefits operational duties on application development and maintenance and the roadmap for applications and any programmatic impacts as referenced on page 15. We are executing on a joint transition plan with DoIT for our Child, Juvenile, and Adult Management System and the Child Support Management System, that's CJAMS and CSMS. And that began in July of 2025 and is scheduled to conclude in June of 2026. This very detailed transition plan includes dedicated work streams and goals for roadmap management, budget and planning, release train and planning, cybersecurity oversight, staffing, project management, and operations. Because we didn't have that muscle inside of our department with MD Think transitioning and Maryland Benefits transitioning, we needed to build that capacity internally. We are focused on risk reduction and providing a seamless continuity of operations during this transition. As we have transitioned from DoIT, we have steadily staffed up on DHS side to, like I said, build the muscle, and we track all developments on a weekly basis to troubleshoot issues as needed with Maryland Benefits. They are very close working partners. Next, I want to speak to the DLS recommendation to reduce our FY 2027 by $5.5 million on CJAMS and CSMS, referenced on page 17. We respectfully do not concur with CJAMS, our child welfare system, or CSMS, our child support system. None of the major development work will be completed in fiscal 2026. We have work on improving both applications planned out for the next 18 to 24 months and more projects in development for beyond. We will always prioritize critical enhancements and system improvements based on the available budget, but maintaining the operation of the system as it stands comes first. Budget reductions will significantly harm the current operations of the system, slow development of new improvements, and impede any efforts to respond to new legislative requirements. Let us be clear, system development work on the important projects such as building in new requirements for fiscal and data tracking improvements for our foster youth and improvements to CJAMS on our or our driver's license suspension work in CSMS will be slowed if the DLS reduction is accepted. In our MD Think JCR report, we provided a sampling of our work ahead, but I'd like to speak more precisely. For CJAMS, we have over 46 items in our development pipeline, with an estimated 426,768 staff hours of effort. For CSMS, we have over 61 major items in our development pipeline, with an estimated 230,480 staff hours of effort. We will be forced to trade off maintaining our existing system operations versus new system improvements. Our child welfare caseload priority analysis in CJAMS, increasing the timely release of funds to families in CSMS, how our providers provide real-time information on their capacity and services in our provider portal, and as well, any new legislative data reporting requirements that may come down the pipe. We believe that DLS reduction recommendations will hurt our ability to respond to audit findings, care for our kids, and stabilize families because the work won't be done in time in the next 18 months. Next, I'd like to speak to the EBT card transition to the new chip-enabled cards, which we're very excited about. Last October, the Board of Public Works approved the contract for Maryland's new EBT vendor. We've been working diligently with the vendor and our USDA partners in this 9-month transition period, and to implement a new EMV chip with tap and pay technology EBT card. Attached to our testimony is a communication with Maryland retailers with the new card design. We are working with both Maryland Retailers Association and the Maryland Bankers Association as we seek to become the second state in the country to offer our customers greater security. California, which I heard referenced earlier, deployed these chipped EBT cards last year, has already reported 83% reduction in benefits theft. We currently anticipate that the new statewide EMV rollout will occur beginning in July 2026 in phases to all our customers. We thank our current vendor, Conduent, for its gracious and helpful work during this transition period to ensure that current cards will work with the new system from Fidelity, and USDA for its technical assistance in ensuring that the national financial processing systems will work for our customers. At this point, I will hand it back to Webster.
Next, on addressing the repeat audit findings by the Office of Legislative Audits on page 20. This leadership team has intentionally pivoted from a reactive posture to a proactive, solution-oriented framework since 2023. In fact, one of the first things that we all did was gather and review every audit and audit finding and begin mapping solutions to the problems. One of the first things that struck us was that the repeat audit findings seem simple. In prior audit periods, as far as we could tell, DHS was focused more on ignoring the problem and not fixing their root causes. We have prioritized identification of those root causes rather than merely addressing individual audit exceptions in all of our legislative audits. But even with this renewed focus, we must all acknowledge that these are very complex issues that do not have snap at the finger or soundbite solutions. These issues can only be resolved by maintaining focus over time, not just within the department, but with the myriad partners with whom we engage. Our strategy centers on high-impact changes that ensure consistency and accountability department-wide, including with all 24 local jurisdictions. We have done so at the leadership level, including an assistant secretary whose daily job is audit resolution and leadership. And at the staff level, with teams from every administrative office at DHS going through ongoing quality assurance reviews, targeted training, and specialized technical assistance. We've also focused on continuous technological improvements, as Gloria referenced, and included automated system alerts and real-time compliance tracking. We've empowered our Office of the Inspector General with additional staff and leadership visibility. And we have instituted an individualized approach to help each local office with resolving audit findings and ensuring compliance. Specifically, within 30 days after our Inspector General completes the audit of a local office, we meet with each local director to understand the root causes and challenges and to identify local specific issues and system items. We then work together to fix things instead of the traditional blame game. A good example, when we came in 2023, virtually none of our offices had standard Wi-Fi for all staff. Over the course of the past 2 budget cycles, we've budgeted, procured, and are now completing the rollout of DHS Wi-Fi for all of our offices. In addition, many of our CS, MS, and CJAMS projects with Maryland benefits are related to the audit resolution and the problems that our local teams have flagged as we have conducted these audit resolution meetings. We have also provided specific status updates on each of the findings identified in analysis in our written testimony. The entire DHS leadership team looks forward to many continued conversations with the Office of Legislative Audits with the full support of the DBM audit resolution team. I'll now turn it over to Roman for the specific responses to the budget recommended actions.
Yes, so I get the privilege of contradicting all the great analysis that was done by our DLS teammates and colleagues. So let me just be clear on the list. I'll go down the list really quickly. A lot of this was already spoken to, but on the reduction to CJMs in 2027 and CSMS, we do not concur. We believe, as Gloria mentioned, yes, operating and maintenance costs are important. That is the baseline, but we need to continue to make those investments and enhancements. We know that cybersecurity is going to continue to evolve. We need to make those investments through 2027. We do not agree with that reduction in this year. The second is a request on data regarding expenditures and other things, and I'll just say personally, this falls to me, and I'm happy to concur. We will deliver on this. We've asked for a revised date for a very clear reason. 18 of the last 18 years, the federal government has been under a continuing resolution, and usually during those periods, we do not get the kinds of reconciliation data we need from the federal government, so we've asked for a December date, and we've put that in our testimony. The third is we do not concur with the proposed reduction to the call center. As Dan pointed out, we did two things with the call center in this budget. One, we realigned the funding streams to make sure they're accurate. We agree that EUSP is not the correct special fund source, and it should be appropriated at the $37 million statutory level, but we do need special funds as part of the mix of funds to pay this contract. We very tightly look at all of the programs that benefit from the call center. So we are only charging accounts and programs that use the call center, and that mix helps us to basically make sure their portion of the overall call center traffic is accounted for. And I would just mention one more thing, which is we are also looking to make enhancements, as Dan talked about. And I think it's very important for us to not just provide the current flat level of service, but to continue to make investments as we move forward. And then last, we do not concur with the $7.4 million reduction to the call center. I would just rehash a lot of the arguments I just made, but just to flag that both getting the mix of funding right, charging the right call centers within cost centers within DHS, and then having sufficient resources to make improvements are all kind of part of a prong of why this has been so clear. I would also stress in 2026, we did reduce over $16 million off the top line cost, which was pointed out in the DLS analysis. So we're in agreement that we are doing this for less than we had been planning, and so we are trying to make those right sizes, but it's right allocation and right sizing simultaneously. So with that, I'll go ahead and open it up to any questions.
Well, thank you so very much, and let me also say to Interim Secretary Brown Burnett, welcome, although you were already obviously a deputy secretary. The committee and I and all of my colleagues really look forward to continuing our critical work on behalf of all of Maryland together. So, and we have you until April 1st, I read from the press release, until we have Administrative Officer Stacy Rogers will take over as acting secretary. Yeah, time's a flat circle here, so I believe I read that right. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you so much. We're looking forward to continuing our work together. I'm going to go ahead and start off with, I think I saw Mr. Ruff's, I'm so sorry, my actual brother from another mother, Delegate Heinball. I apologize as I cannot see through your chair. Let's face it, I can barely see right over this right here. I'm actually on a booster seat, so go ahead, Delegate Heinball.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. And save the big guns for later. Well, first of all, it's encouraging to hear about some of the improvements you've made in SNAP error rate and with the call center and several of the other things that you mentioned. But one thing, and I recognize, I've recognized that there's a big leadership or management challenge, whatever you want to call it. One thing that bothers me, before I ask a specific question, one thing that bothers me is on page 20 of the analysis. It talks about DHS unresponsiveness. And I heard you talk about some of the things that you plan to do, some of the things you plan to do better, but I'm just curious, was that, and there's a long list there, was that because of a shortage of staffing or attention to detail or focus or priorities or?
Delegate,
I mean, it's kind of sloppy, to be honest with you, if I want to be critical. I'm just wondering.
Delegate, I think the answer is all of the above. We have been critical of ourselves, and we have asked our teams a lot of tough questions. Some of them have been, Webster, what the heck are you asking, and why are you questioning our math? And I want to be very clear here. We have, to the best of our abilities, found that the data reported previously was not to the data integrity standards that we, on this leadership team here, expect of our team. And so many of the reasons why our data has been late has been a combination of factors. It could be federal data is late. It could be we've challenged the integrity of the data that's been reported up to us. We've then taken the time to rebuild our systems and to validate the data before it comes out to you. Previously, this department was really focused on getting reports in exactly on time, and the data might not have been accurately tested. We want to make sure that the data that Mr. Brown receives is accurate, and we want to make sure that our numbers, especially fiscal data, is, to the best of our knowledge, accurate and tested, and that track with either fiscal year closeout or what we report to the federal government or other items. All of my colleagues here have repeatedly pointed out, when we've all spent hours reviewing data, that there are inconsistencies in our internal data. We've taken the steps over the past 6 months, including bringing on a new chief data officer and bringing in new data teams in each of our administrations to fix the data. We do apologize to this committee, to DLS, for being late on our reports this fall. It pains us, and it pains me to have to submit a late report. It pains us even more to submit a wrong report.
Oh, thank you. Part of that's communication, I guess, too, is I didn't mention that in there, but if I could, a specific question on EBT. I think I saw in there where in 27 and 28, there's a cost of, a contract cost, I think, of $3.4 million, $3+ million or whatever. Will that continue? Will that continue on, or will that, at some point, will that no longer be a requirement?
Yes, sir. The way that the EBT contract is structured, it's starting on July 1st, there's a 5-year base contract with two-year options. It's a not-to-exceed amount, so the total is $38 million. And the 3-ish million is the approximate amount of money that we're estimating that it will take. It's going to fluctuate a little bit up and down each year. And this is the administrative cost of running the system. So basically, this is a company, Fidelity in this case, that will issue a card. If you look at our Exhibit 1, the new card design is up there. It's got a picture of the State House. And the card gets just like your credit card or debit card, and then that's the administrative cost of, I think, roughly $9 a card to issue out. And we project new issuances, replacement issuances, as well as the cost of maintaining the software.
And one last question, if I could, to reduce the error rate further from, I think it's 13% now, do you have the resources you need to be able to, is that a matter of staffing, or do you need the resources, do you need resources to do that, or do you already have what you need to do?
So we will always be focused on how can we do better. The SNAP payment error rate is an administrative error rate. We're happy to give you additional briefing materials. And I think we've briefed a lot of the committees in the General Assembly on this issue, so I apologize. I don't want to presume the knowledge. The short answer, of course, is we are focused, as Dan said, on training our staff better, reducing vacancies, building the technology side. And then the last leg of the triage is policy changes. And so every time there's a new policy change, as Washington, D.C. did last summer with the One Big Beautiful Bill, that injects a lot of new training that we have to provide to our caseworkers. We have to train them on a new system. We're using AI to help so that when when, say I get a question from a customer, I can type in, how do I best help Gloria based on this thing, and then it'll check our policy manuals, and it'll spit out a, hey, you should do this, this, and this. And that helps us because it uses a specialized, very specific pool of information. And so all of this is designed to help our staff do their jobs better.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
One additional nuance to that. One of the fallout consequences of having hired so much new staff over the last 2 years is, especially in FIA, going from 19% vacancy rate to 4% vacancy rate. We have a lot of new staff who are learning these very complex programs now, and we're doing that as we were reducing the error rate. So as we get more experience, that error rate should continue to go down.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Mr. Ruff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To you guys at DHS, thank you for being here. I want to start with a question about the foster care system. What percentage of foster youth get placed permanently within 12 months at this point?
Delegate Ruff, I don't have that statistic immediately. We'll be happy to follow up with you in writing, sir.
Okay. We'll go to the question I asked Mr. Brown about the Children Receiving Appropriate Care Program. Where is that in your budget?
The Citizens Review Board for Children, CRBC, is statutorily independent. They are administratively housed within the Office of the Secretary's budget. And again, if you have any questions, we'll be happy to take them, send it to the CRBC, and they'll get back to you, sir.
Well, I guess my question is really how much of the budget is dedicated to that program?
I believe it's about $1 million, sir, going off the top of my head. Again, we'll be happy to double check and get that detail for you.
And what oversight does the Secretary's office have over that program?
The CRBC is statutorily independent.
So there's no oversight at all?
By statute, they are independent.
Okay. So you're saying that your office does not have any oversight over it, correct?
Again, they are administratively housed within the office. We are not able to tell them what to do or to look into their activities.
Okay, thank you. So you would have no input on how they raise their numbers to have a higher percentage of children that are receiving appropriate care at all?
Correct.
Okay. Onto the call center. You guys talked about your disagreement with DLS here. And you talked about realigning funding sources, the need for special funds, and the need for enhancements. You guys created an estimate for how much that program was going to cost, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. DLS, you gave that estimate to DLS.
Again, just like with the EBT contract, there's a ceiling to the contract. Back when it was passed, it was a 5-year contract, and I believe the amount was, I want to say, about $190 million.
Yep.
And again, yes?
It was $195 million over 5 years, so approximately $38 million a year over 5 years was our original estimate when the RFP went out.
Okay. Good.
We significantly saved under that because it's a pay-per-performance contract. And ironically, as performance improves, it actually saves us money because we have fewer repeat calls and things like that.
Okay. So your estimate takes that into account, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But you're saying you disagree with DLS's recommendation to reduce your budget for that, to that estimate, or in line with that estimate because of the enhancements that you all plan to make, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. DLS asked you all to explain how you estimated those costs. Do you remember that?
I don't remember the specific question.
It's right in the analysis. I'll see if I can find it. Page 20.
And Delegate Ruff, if I may, we did note that there is a reduction in the governor's allowance already. And so what we've done in addition to that was we've moved the funding for that budget in the governor's allowance to the appropriate funding sources that pays for, collectively speaking, that budget. Because this is a large contract and it cuts across all aspects of the department. For example, the family investment folks will be using different sources of funding to pay for that chunk of the call center, along with our home energy program, if there's any child welfare calls, child support calls, et cetera. So it's a very, very complex math problem.
Understood, but DLS asked you for how you estimated the enhancements is what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Yeah, we can get back with that.
And I didn't see anything in the secretary's response that explained it. It just kind of says the contract plus needed improvements are appropriately requested and aligned with our 2027 budget. So can you give us specific information about how you estimated the cost of those enhancements?
Yes, we'll be happy to supplement our response, sir.
So you don't have those today, is what you're saying?
I can give some information on that, but we can give you more specific information in a supplemental response.
And again, Delegate Roof, just like with any of the major IT projects, we have projects lined up months and if not years long. So it's a very long pipeline. We'll be happy to give you that list.
Well, I think that that's what my colleague to my right from Western Maryland is pointing out, is that today is the day for your budget hearing, right? And these are questions that DLS has asked you in advance of this hearing to respond to, and that we are looking for answers to. We are going to be considering proposed budget language of withholding $750,000 from you all, which you all evidently are in agreement with. You know, if it was my agency, I'd be figuring out, you know, every possible way to make sure that I'm not losing $750,000 until I have to expend more manpower and brain power and effort to make up, to play catch up. And so that's disappointing.
Delegate, your point is well made, and I'm going to give you a couple of examples of things that we're doing right now that we're scoping out and working towards getting estimates on. Number one,
why don't we?
I'm sorry. I don't think he was finished his thought, so
sorry.
I'm going to let him
I'm sorry.
finish his
I'm sorry. I
thought,
thought
and
you
then
had-
when
I thought
he's
you had
finished
paused.
his
I
thought, then you can have an
Thank
opportunity.
you, Madam Chair, and I won't be much longer. I think what we should do is, as Mr. Yee has mentioned, we should, you guys can come back and give us everything holistically. I just, you know, wanted to comment on the lack of availability of that information right now. The last thing I will ask is, where are we with the FY25 closeout?
Yeah, well, I'm here, and the team is at the office working on it right now. And I checked in with them while I was up in the grandstands 3 times. So we are very quickly working to provide that answer. We gave a deadline when we were trying to have that response. I'll just be honest with you, we've had to pull resources from programmatic issues, but we're wrapping that up right now, trying to get that in by the deadline that we shared last week.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And sir, did you want to finish your thought on some of the things that you had started to say?
Yeah, I mean, so we are actively and have been over the last 8 months working towards the same kind of, as I said earlier, types of call center and customer channels that you get when you contact the airline or the bank or the hotel. AI chatbots, virtual agents, potentially digital mail rooms. So we're working on and putting those things into our project pipeline, and they all have big price tags on them. So we're having to go through the requirements and scoping process, which you do on any project, before you can get to an actual dollar amount. And we don't want to put a dollar amount out there and be wildly off. But those are all the types of enhancements that we're looking at.
Thank you. Delegate McCaskill?
So Delegate Ruff actually asked part of the question that I wanted to refer to, but before I get to the one question, I just wanted some clarification in reference to the call center. I just want to, one, say to your agency that I understand that when you have to have these administrative shifts, that it can cause, cultural disruption and delayed in productivity. I do understand that. I am a child care provider here in Maryland, have been for 28 years. And every year that we think we have it right, the administration has to shift. And it has caused productivity delays for the child care provider here in Maryland. But I do want to say on the record, I'm going to wish you all well. I'm looking forward to your leadership in the interim. Secretary Brown, right, I apologize.
I answered up.
And looking forward to the Stacy Rogers coming in, because I have worked with her diligently in Baltimore County and have always admired her work. So I'm looking forward to you all not having as many disruptions in your transition. I just want to mention two things. I am looking, we look at the budget often, as we all do in this room, and thinking about the SNAP error rate again, and how we can, looking forward to you all helping, and us helping where we can help you improve that rate so that we don't continuously be penalized, due to our high error rate, although it has improved significantly over the years. But I'm looking back at page 11, again, for the Constituent Services Call Center. And I just want to make sure for the record that the DLS report allowances or budgeted requests for the Constituent Services Call Center has exceeded documented or projected expenses for several fiscal years. Can you help us untangle the reason again for this happening repeatedly?
Yes. So we changed vendors in 2024.
Okay.
And we estimated the cost of the contract with the new vendor based on certain assumptions of call volume that we would get through the call center. It's a pay-per-performance contract where, sort of the more calls they get, the more calls they answer, the more money they end up getting. As it turned out, and has turned out, the volume of calls that have come through have been lower in most months than what we originally estimated as part of the call center contract. We have used some of that, let's say, savings to make improvements already, but we have also, first of all, been focused on making sure that the performance and the accuracy of the service provided by the customer service reps was meeting our standards. So before putting the cart before the horse, so to speak, and making improvements, we wanted to make sure that the foundation we were building on was a solid foundation. And quite honestly, it has taken us some time to get to the level of performance that we're at now. So we are now ready to start reinvesting in that call center to ensure that we are taking the next step to improve the customer experience for the Marylanders who we serve. So that's the call center side of it. I don't know if my colleague wants to add anything on the budgetary side of it.
I would just say, if you look at where we thought we were going to be in 2026 versus where we requested in 2027, it's a 50% reduction. And I'll just say there's very few things in government that yield those kinds of savings. Some of it has been part of discipline. Some of it has been exactly as Dan said, which is we built a contract that was the right fit for our state and for the customers that we serve. So I feel like we're trending in the right direction. I think this is one of those situations where more runway is going to yield more benefit and more savings. And you already see that. You see a reduction in 26, you see a greater reduction in 27. We are going to get to the right place, and we're actually headed in that direction. If these costs were going up, I think we would be here explaining why we thought we misjudged. But instead, you've got one of those rare instances where we're seeing savings, and all we're asking for is an opportunity to reinvest some of that, just a portion, to reinvest some of that back into quality. And that is a rare circumstance. So that's the budgetary view, if just a different take on the same story.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairs.
Okay, thank you so much, colleagues. I see Delegate Stanko for a question. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and apologies for stepping out. I had a meeting at 4:30 with BPW I had to get to, and so sorry if I say that in that if this question got asked or referenced ahead of time, and I know you touched on the work that was being done during your original testimony, I guess, for lack of a better term. So the DLS analysis notes that DHS created the roadmap to separate the Maryland benefits application to do it by June 30th of 2026. And the latest response reflects from CJAMS and CSMS still operates under DHS. Can you provide an update on the continued efforts to separate that application and elaborate on any programmatic impacts on this operational overlap?
Yes, Delegate, we did both provide a written response, and my colleague Gloria spoke about it at length. Okay. The main point here is we're tracking on a weekly basis so that there is no programmatic impact. It's a two-step, right? Like as the level of effort on the Maryland benefit side decreases, the level of effort on the DHS side increases. We've been staffing up project management, IT development teams, all of the various very techie workflows. And then the idea is to have that complete handover done later this year. And right now we are on track. Gloria has been on pretty much, it feels like, multiple meetings every week to ensure that this is handled.
Okay, apologies for the redundancy. I looked at it as late as I could.
I would just add that what we are experiencing with the federal environment and the layoffs and whatnot actually provided opportunity to us to get some real strong talent into DHS to build that muscle and be able to make this transition smoother. And so I always try to find the positive in something, and that has definitely been something that has benefited us.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you, Delegate. I see my Madam Vice Chair has some questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Again, thank you. I do have a few different questions. So let's talk about the State Council on Child Abuse and Neglect, please. So the State Council on Child Abuse and Neglect scans current network. Could you comment their ability to satisfy their legislative mandate with their current funding?
Once again, just like with the CRBC, they are statutorily independent of the department. They are administratively funded through us. I believe that one staffer is the allocated budget for that council.
Okay. And you actually answered some of my other questions regarding personnel changes. So I just wanted to thank you for that, and that's actually all that I have.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anyone in the front row with questions, and so I just want to take a moment. First, apologies for missing the earlier testimony you shared, as well as the earlier Q&A. I had to take some urgent meetings in my office, and I appreciate the opportunity to get to be with you all, and I know we have many, many more budget hearings to come. I just want to take a moment to say that I really appreciate the work of this department. I know that your task is very tall, and that you have some of the most vulnerable people in our state under your care. We are your partners in this work, but we also are, and I also want to just take a moment to thank Secretary Lopez for his, for the many good things he did while he was in office as secretary. The Sunbucks program, without him and this team, would not have been able to feed hundreds of thousands of children across our state over the summers. So many other good programs that he launched and championed have been done under his leadership, so I want to take a moment to acknowledge and thank him for that. I'm sorry to see him go. I want to make sure, however, in the transition, especially now with so many different balls in the air in your agency, and the most vulnerable people in our state under your care, that we are continuing to have, really good, positive, transparent dialogue going forward, that we are able to see some movement, hopefully, in a positive direction on some of these big systemic challenges that you all have been facing for decades. It's not just this administration that has faced it, but all of the OLA audit findings, all of the challenges that you all have had, these are really big systemic challenges, and we know that you all have a lot going on. So we're here to support, we're here to help, but we're also hopefully going to be seeing some really good progress going forward, and we want to partner with you on that work. So thank you. I look forward to our next hearing together, and we'll see you next time. This concludes the budget hearing for the Department of Human Services Administration budget and for today. So thank you so much. We'll see you next time, tomorrow. Take care.